People would be a better way to put it. We need some foundation. You know the numbers. Phone numbers.
For what?
It was 82. I give him credit.
82,
That's not
82
easy.
County District Court?
Oh,
They're
that's right.
82,
Show your
they're
letters.
8250, 8250 is their number, yeah. On the main line.
Yeah,
So I-
I just called.
Oh,
Yeah, usually the number just shows up at 256.
8800 or whatever, yeah. Richie told me yesterday when I called him that the numbers are flipped again.
Yeah,
He's like, I wasn't sure how to answer the phone.
yeah, well, that's what I did. So
They did do an update last week with AT&T. Leanna did something. I'm ready when you are.
I was gonna ask them to talk to Fancy again. I know Fancy went their own.
All right, I'm gonna
Actually, I think so.
call the meeting to order. We can make sure everybody's mics are turned on. Then if we can stand for the pledge, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, go to the roll call.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Commissioner Walter.
Here.
Commissioner Bunnick.
Present.
Commissioner Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Campbell.
Here.
Commissioner Alguier. Here. Chairman Yoder.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Next up, we have approval of the agenda. Any late additions or deletions? I guess one. Commissioner Wesson?
Yeah, I'd like to remove item 10E from today's agenda and then request our HR manager to work with the administrator to come back in May and June with a plan to recognize our employees that are very experienced. We've had a couple of people that have left without any celebrations. I think staff recognition is something that we have to be consistent about. And I'd rather do, this is nothing about Michelle Crocker. I'd rather do it in the scope of all of our employees that are reaching milestones in their career. So I would move that we remove that from today's agenda.
Support. Supported, discussion?
I asked that be put on the agenda. I suppose everyone here is aware of Clerk Crocker entering her 30th year as clerk. And I hope everyone here understands that she is the longest serving clerk in the state of Michigan. Perhaps that's many employees have reached that type of level, although I think she is our longest serving employee. And as I said, she is the longest serving clerk in the state of Michigan. So I would ask that be left on the agenda. I think it is, although you can say that what we need to do is support everybody. I think we do need to support everybody. But in a case like this, I think it deserves our attention and it deserves the county's attention. So if you want to remove it, obviously you can. I don't think that's fair to our longest serving clerk.
Robbins? Money?
I think it's a great idea that you came up with, Commissioner Campbell, but where I'm coming from is we need to come up with a system. We've had Jerry Coleman, 43 years. We did nothing. We have Mary Patterson, 38 years is our longest deputy. That's a long time working roads and giving death notices and handling accidents and fatals. She needs to be recognized. You got Lori LaCrosse, who spent 34 years in her rescue as a victim. We did nothing. She walked out the door. We didn't even acknowledge her. So it's nothing against Crocker or Mr. Clerk Proctor. We just need to come up with a policy, how we're going to do this. We just can't piecemeal and pick and choose. Because we've had a lot of people that spent a lot of years here and walked out the door and we didn't even say anything to them.
I thought, excuse me, I'm sorry, I thought we did come up with a policy. I thought we
All right.
just had that conversation in the.
Hang on, Commissioner Campbell.
With,
Commissioner Campbell, Commissioner Bunting's hand was up, and then you responded to that. Commissioner Robbins, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Bunting.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what I was gonna say. We just developed this policy, that's why I started. And actually, I disagree with Commissioner Wessel here. This is exactly how we've been doing it. At the end of our meetings, we've been recognizing employees. This is exactly what we're doing here. So I'd say it's very consistent with what we've been doing. And we should really continue to go forward with it. And to me, this board needs to recognize the clerk and what she does, especially the way they've been treating her lately.
Commissioner Algar?
I've worked in a lot of organizations and it's very, very important to have a consistent policy for all employees. They need to be developed in the HR department and agreed upon by everyone, not just, oh, let's have a new policy. It has to be something that is consistent for everyone. Otherwise, the next person who leaves with 41 years goes, well, where's my reception? They may not say anything. So consistency and a policy developed in HR and agreed upon for the good of our employee relations is important.
I can't stop this board from not honoring our clerk. It's up to you. I think colors are showing though.
Commissioner Robbins?
I think what we're getting confused here is we do have a policy and we just acknowledged her last week with 45, or last month with 45 years. We're working a policy. We're doing what's right. This is a special resolution. And my take in working in government, a resolution like what you're proposing, I think it's great, but the timing's not right. This is when you do it at a retirement, when the state legislature show up and the senators and the judges, and they'll give the resolutions a plaque. I think you're on the right track, but the timing's off. This needs to be done at the time whenever day she chooses to retire. We've already acknowledged her 45 years of service.
Any other discussion? All right. The motion on the table is to remove item 10E. All those in favor of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, I think it was 4-3. All right.
Can I ask for a roll call vote so we know who voted for what?
Yeah.
Motion was by Commissioner Wessel,
Yes.
Chairman Yoder.
No.
Your vote's no.
Yep.
Commissioner Algar,
Yes.
Commissioner Bunting,
No.
Commissioner Campbell,
No.
Commissioner Robbins,
Yes.
and Commissioner Walter.
Yes.
4-3.
All right, and then the only, money.
Yeah, I will. I'd like to, if it's okay, I'd like to move, I think it's 10B.
Okay, that's just what I was gonna bring up. Yeah,
Okay.
move that up.
You know, up to at the beginning, actually, at the beginning, so that they or there are other meetings here. Go right at number one.
Thank you.
One more.
So 10B, make that the new number 1.
Yes.
All right, you got that, clerk?
Absolutely.
Second.
All right, well, first we need a motion to approve the agenda with that correction, so, okay.
We'll approve the agenda as amended.
All right, supported by Commissioner Walter, discussion. All those in favor of that motion say aye. All opposed say nay. All right, 7-0. All right, next up, we got declarations of conflicts of interest. Do we have any commissioners meeting here today that have a conflict with items on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to our communications. And first communication is from Blue Cross Blue Shield. I think we have Pat on Zoom, if I remember correctly. And we got Lou in the room here too. So. Yep, yeah, Lou, you can set it right here. Are you able to hear us, Pat?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you wonderful. So
Great.
I'll let you pursue or continue with your updates and give us an update as to what you have.
Great. Do you have the agenda in front of you? Does everybody have the agenda? I can't see it on the screen, so.
Oh, the handout that you had provided?
Yes, there should be 2.
Yep.
Let's go to the other one
Page
first.
or something?
Yeah, here we go. Perfect.
Yep, yes, we have that, yep.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to kind of give everybody an update on some of the initiatives that we've been working on since the last time we met, as well as kind of just our first months of claim reporting that's kind of in, and kind of show you what that claim reporting package is going to look like, and some of the improvements that we've made, and kind of touch base on a few things that as we kind of work through some things we want to bring to the board's attention. So the first thing on the agenda here is our Springbuck data analytics platform. I don't know if you all remember this, but we have the ability to plug into the Blue Cross claims paying system, and our software uses artificial intelligence to kind of analyze the claim data. And so this process is in the works, and we're just now waiting for Blue Cross to kind of start sending some of that data. It's always somewhat a month behind, but why this is important is this allows us to kind of see how the county employees, staff are utilizing, and how the deductible changes and some of the plan changes are affecting them. So it also allows us to kind of look at the claims and kind of do some predictive modeling on what future claims costs are going to be. So we're super excited about having this access and sharing more of this data with you all, as we kind of get this up and off the ground, and we start getting the file feeds coming in from Blue Cross. So that, basically we made some plan changes with pharmacy and deductibles, and this allows us to kind of see how that impacts the employees. The next thing on the list here is just below is the employee contributions. We wanted to point this out as we kind of were working with Jennifer and Jim to kind of build out your online enrollment platform and benefit administration system. We identified that there are basically 7 employees at this time that contribute. And let's see, and they are contributing based on 2009 rates. So like these are the rates that we would back into what if we had a fully insured rate, and this is what we use also for COBRA administration. So if somebody leaves here and they want to take the insurance with them, they have to pay the 2026 rates. But these contributions that are currently being applied to these 7 individuals are based on 2009 rates. So I feel like this is probably should be updated. It should be visited at some point by the board to kind of readjust those or kind of have that conversation around what those would look like. So, as we set it up in the system, it's kind of a little backwards because we use the COBRA rates for everything, within our system, but the contributions for these 7 individuals are 2009. So I don't know if anybody wants to add anything else. Other than that, I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. Our recommendation would be to update it. Okay. The next item on our list is our enrollment platform. So this is going to streamline the process where staff can receive data, information about the plan design. We have made some changes. So our team, Peggy, you see her, she's on the screen. We are working with your staff and Jennifer to kind of build this out. And this is the staff. This is a system where it actually handles a lot of the activities like new hires, enrollment processes. We remove all the paper that currently is in the process today. And individuals that come in as new hires with the county will go through the system, make their benefit elections, and then we will actually process that information electronically directly into Blue Cross and into the other carriers. And so those no hands really touch it. This is targeted to be set up in operation by the end of this month. And this will really free up Jennifer's time or assist Jennifer so that gives her time to do other things. So it also gives employees access. So our plan documents, benefit descriptions, changes with our pharmacy, we can put those changes out there within the system. The employees will have the ability to kind of go in and revisit versus having like a paper, a folder with some information that was handed out during open enrollment. You have immediate access to kind of go in and get it and grab it. So that is something that we've been working on and building out. It takes a while to kind of get everything up and running, but we're excited that that's going to be up and ready to go here for end of the month, and we will be able to start using that. In addition to that system, I just want to kind of recap what we did through open enrollment. We created a benefit guide. I don't know if anybody has seen the benefit guide, but it actually goes in detail. It also consolidates the compliance information, but it goes into detail about the plans, the plan designs, some of those changes. There are paper copies. We actually printed paper copies. Jennifer has a smaller supply, but she really was trying to push them out more electronically, which is great. And in addition to this benefit guide, we established the ability for individuals to meet one-on-one. So, we've had 7 or 8 direct interactions with employees, kind of working through, questions about how the pharmacy is working, looking through maybe just, hey, how do I get this covered? Or it looks like this drug should be covered, but it's not covered, and how we're working through it. So Lou was also on site for several group meetings, and had not a lot, I don't think, of people attending, but he had some people attending. So we were several meetings on site for multiple days, and then we had 8 interactions, kind of like virtual like this, that we set up. So we're pretty excited about that. Then we felt like the employees had multiple sources or ways to kind of access benefit questions and changes that we made. And then claim reporting, we only have 1 month of our claim data. And that's, if we want to pull up the other form, I can kind of go through that. But just a reminder that we made the adjustment, from the $20,000 spec to adjust it to 50, and our administrative costs would have gone up considerably, and we ended up reducing those costs This first month in February, we did have some like 3 very large claimants that kind of came through, but it's still very early in this process. And one individual will now be on the insurance side, so we're done paying on that piece. And I wanted to recap too that we actually established a couple programs that have kind of made some and are showing up some significant savings for the county. And that was the Pillar RX savings and rebates that we started receiving. So basically year to date, it was about $80,000 that has come back. But when we made this change with the pharmacy, which really just took place February 1st, we really started to see how that Pillar RX savings has worked. And it's really a win-win. Just to kind of recap how that program works is that once an individual's medication falls into that category where it qualifies for this Pillar RX program, Pillar works with the staff member and either finds a coupon card or something to cover the copay, and that goes towards our cost, the county's cost. And that reduces the cost that we pay for the medications. So it's up and running, and we're excited to see how that's going to affect our claims, moving forward. So, and then we'll have the full Springbuk claim data for next meeting. So, if we can just go to the next page after this main page here. So, just so you guys can see, just a reminder that our fixed costs are here in the kind of the black part of this this program. And so our fixed cost, that's our, what we pay for administration. That's what we paid for that moving to the $50,000 is 28% of our cost, and the variable cost are 71. And so that's why it's so important. The variable is our claims, the claims that the individuals are having. And so that's why it's important that we continue to kind of work with the staff to kind of educate them on ways that they can navigate healthcare efficiently and reduce our costs down the line for the county, because the claims are really where it's all at. And as we know, we talked a lot about that with our projections and things like that. So this is that first page that kind of highlights how the claims kind of will develop and build out. And we do this each month, but each quarter when we meet, we'll kind of give you kind of a big picture of what this looks like. And if we can take one more slide here, I think there's just a few more. A couple of things I wanted to point out. I did bring this up at our meeting when we first kind of talked about the renewal, but we have specific insurance which starts at the $50,000, and then we also have aggregate insurance. Aggregate is kind of the big picture. But I think, we roughly pay something like $6,000 for aggregate insurance because it's very inexpensive, but it's set at the 150th percentile, which means that you have to have over 150% of our expected claims before the insurance kicks in. So in future years, I do want to look at kind of moving, and you can see the benchmark is somewhere around 125. And there's less than 1% that has over. So you're paying a lot less, and the likelihood of having an aggregate is very low, but just something I wanted to point out. And then you can see where we are with the $50,000 amount, and we are still kind of right with groups under 100. We are right where we should be, and 65% are in that kind of grouping, somewhere in that space where we are. And we have a paid contract, which is the best contract to have. So next page, please. So this just shows us, we can go quickly through these next couples, but this is the how many people we have insured for the month of February, which is 89. And then the next slide here is kind of like how our claims break out by total fixed cost, paid claims for the month of February, total costs, what we were expecting, and to incur. And then if there's employee contributions, and we'll update that for those 7 members once we confirm what their contributions are going to stay or remain. And then we'll put those contributions, and that reduces, the net employer cost. So that's what the slide kind of shows. And this will make more sense as we have more months to kind of, get our arms around it. And then the next slide actually shows where we start receiving stop loss reimbursements. And last year that was significant, right? We had, I think, 25 people that qualified for stop loss reimbursement. So this breaks down our total spend based on medical, pharmacy, and then total spend. And then the spec and ag, those are the individuals that go over the 50,000, and that's when the insurance starts paying. And that's why this will kind of flatten out. You'll see that those individuals that are continuing to experience high cost claims, we pay for them early in our plan year, but then we're off the hook after that. So not untypical of some of your prior years when I went back and looked at your history. So, no red flags immediately, but, we'll continue to watch this over the next quarter and next couple quarters. I think that is really about it that I kind of wanted to highlight. I don't know if there's any questions for me or Lou or Peggy.
You have any questions from the board? Mr. Wessel?
Under the second section of your report on employee contributions, we have 7 employees with the Cobra plan. What are they currently paying per family for Cobra?
They are not paying Cobra. They are paying some contributions that were established in, I think, 2009. Peggy, do you have what those employee contributions amounts are that they're being charged? Do you know what the single, double, and family amounts are?
I do have those. Only two of them are medical. The others are dental and vision. And they're both paying roughly, let me look it up. I think it's roughly like $83.80 for their medical coverage.
Per
Month,
or per paycheck?
Yeah, per month, I think.
I can answer those questions.
All right, the clerk at our table here can answer a couple of those questions.
The rate from 2009 is the self-insurance rate when we roll from monthly premiums into the self-insurance. And so those rates have been set since the Board of Commissioners has not requested any other employees to pay into the contribution. These contributions are for employees that are part-time beneath the 35-40 structure. So if they're 21 to 28 hours, the 83.88 per pay is what their portion, as the remaining from the budgeted portion the county pays. And then you can, as even a commissioner, if you choose to have buyout, you can also add on for the 12 or 14 or 28 or $35 a pay for dental and eye. So you can add on, those are the add-ons for that.
Then I have a question, maybe Lou, you can answer this. The 2026 listed rate, $3,204, is that annual?
No, that's a monthly rate.
So that's a little bit more than our part-time employers are making a month.
Yes, yeah. The illustrative rates that we use for that is that my understanding, you guys are just using those for Cobra. That's it.
Okay.
So, and typically you want your Cobra rates as high as they can be. You don't want them on your plan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Elgar?
My only comment, I know you serve our people well, is the 28% salaries. Medicare does that with 3%. So I would hope Blue Cross would work on that. 28% salaries is.
Well, the 28% is the hard cost for the plan. That includes your stop loss and everything.
Yeah, the 28% on that pie chart is what we pay for administration with Blue Cross. That's to carry the Blue Cross card. That's what we pay for the insurance, the insurance programs. So those are our fixed costs. We have to pay those every month. And then the only thing that's a variable is what our claims are from staff. So if our claims start to come down or peak, then we really see the county kind of pick up momentum.
Yeah,
They heard from the people they serve.
yeah. Well,
Enough.
Blue Cross
Just-
gets
just a
approximately,
Just
they're a little
thought.
on the high side, but they're about 6% of the cost of your plan. That's what they get for administration.
Feed that up.
Yeah.
As
So,
somebody who's part of their plan, feed it up.
Yeah.
They need to hear from people.
Can I ask,
Commissioner Campbell?
I didn't understand the 2009 rates. Have they been fixed since 2009?
Yes, there have been no changes to the plan since we rolled from a monthly premium into the self-insurance. So there have been slight enhancements or things that have changed. Like for instance, with the self-insurance, you changed the pillar program for prescriptions and such, but to the employees, nothing has changed. So if in regard that VHS would like to see you increase the part-time employees to pay more towards their benefit, then you would most likely also ask everyone to pay in that change. We haven't had an issue within these last few years where we've had to increase on the employee side. I think that Jim is working with the insurance companies, looking at our trends going forward. But in the past, the history of it is that we have not had to request a contribution from the employees. This last time you did increase for everyone plan-wide, the deductions, meaning our co-pays have changed on the prescriptions as well as our deductibles have been increased. And that was to help offset, I believe, if that's correct, Jim.
So tell me I'm sorry.
That's okay. The reason of the 2009 frozen, is that kind of what you're looking?
Well, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what was frozen. I guess I didn't hear that part of it.
So the frozen was the monthly premium back from when we converted from premium based to self-insurance. So the rates on that first page, I think it's the second page, I'm sorry. So when it states on like a family is 1,100. Right here, so on this illustrative rates, it states here, in 2009, our insurance for illustrated rates, meaning what we would have charged someone Cobra, was 419. Now in 2026, if a single person leaves the county and wants to continue the county's insurance for 18 months, or Cobra rules could be up to 36, depending on the rule of the Cobra, then they would need to pay the county $1,062 for that same coverage.
So it did go up.
Yes, it has increased, and it increased every year since 2009.
Okay,
Yes.
I somehow
Does that make
got
sense?
out,
Okay.
yeah, I got out of there that it had not increased since 2009.
Okay.
Any other questions from commissioners? All right, doesn't look like it, Pat. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, my
Here.
pleasure. Good to see everybody. Thank you. If there's any more conversation around this, I'd be happy to talk about it later or meet on a separate group.
Can I just, I mean, for us, we don't deal with these all the time, obviously, and we got one page and it's only 2 months, so there's not much to gather out of it. But what we're looking for is how close this ship is coming to land on our budget runway.
Right.
And so the next time we should be a little farther along. If you can give us a heads up as to how close we are.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Will
Lee?
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One of the
that'll
things
be
that
go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
one of the things I would mention is I've been out, Jen, you asked us to try to meet with employees and all of that. We have tried. And we are getting very strong resistance now from everybody, which shocked us because with the changes we made, we thought they'd want to ask questions. So I don't know if among you, among us, we come up with a way to get them more engaged again in this process. I don't know how to do that. We've tried to do it on their schedules. We've tried to do it in their workplaces. I just want you to know we're trying.
Thank you.
Has it been mostly one-on-one you're trying? Have you tried meetings. and
We've
all-
tried meetings, we've tried one-on-ones, we've tried, like I said, we've gone to right into their workplace and spent 15 minutes, but you know, they're busy then.
Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah,
know.
we do think some of the things that I highlighted earlier with they're getting more better information on the benefit guides and have access to more electronic versions of the information. And then we have had 8 direct interactions with individuals, employees asking questions through setting up appointments one-on-one. So, and then Lou's had several people come in, but not a lot. You know, the days of when we had like 20, 30 people show up for a meeting, that didn't happen. But, you know, he'd get, occasional people during that open enrollment. So we want to continue to be purposeful about talking about some of these things that we're doing and making good choices so that, you know, when I come report in the next quarter, that we can show that, hey, we're on track for this budget.
Yeah, I don't know what the solution is, but it boggles my mind that our part-time workers are working 3 days to
Pay for
support their
their
family
insurance.
and 1 day to pay for the health insurance.
Yeah.
At some point, that's not sustainable. Just can't be, 25% of their wages are going into healthcare.
You would be shocked at how many places out there, outside our bubble here, it's higher than that. Down at Wexford, they're full-time employees. We're paying almost their whole paychecks on the new hires. It's nasty out there. You guys actually are on the bottom part of that scale right now. Even like you say, it's expensive as it is.
Yeah,
But they're coming in here looking for good coverage. That's what they're coming for.
Yeah, what I would say is that the benchmark, I think was, and we can share some of this information in later meetings, is that most county employees at various counties are contributing towards the healthcare cost at some percentage. It was established back for only the part-time, because prior part-time and people that work part-time weren't even eligible to buy insurance. You know, so that change happened, and at that time the county probably said, hey, since we are now making them eligible, they're going to have to pay something for it. But the rest of the county employees right now pay nothing. So we did make some changes with the deductibles and those kind of things. So they end up paying more for prescriptions and potential deductibles if they get hospitalized. So I think that's probably a bigger conversation about looking at contributions and then modeling them around more of a current rate, which is what I was trying to show today.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Pat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Everybody.
Alex.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move on to an update from our administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first thing I want to point out for all the commissioners and all the audience members as well is on page 2 of our packet. We do have a nice letter from Sandra Witherspoon, chairwoman of Grand Traverse Band and Ottawa Chippewa Indians, that thanking us for our support in their congressional designated funds for the construction of pedestrian sidewalks. That's certainly in my tenure, that's a unique occurrence that they've thanked us for that support, and I appreciate the board providing that support to them. Secondly, I want to thank Clerk Michelle Crocker. During our last 2 weeks or so, she was graciously allowed Deputy Clerk Jen Zwicky to assist with the closeout of the 2025 year, so we can be prepared for the auditors. We're actually in the building today. They spent most of the day interviewing employees yesterday and asking them questions pertinent to the audit, and they're going to be here today as well. I think they might drop into the meeting and be able to answer questions if you have any. Towards the end, I suggest that they might want to do that towards the end of the meeting since they're not on the agenda. And I'd like to also introduce, we have in the audience here, two of our current three members of the finance staff. Leo Risbridger is the finance director. She's, why don't you stand up and say hello? Leo's been here about the last 3 weeks, and she's been very, very good in terms of day-to-day and also working on the audit. And then Clara Ellis has been also, she's primarily working as an accounts payable clerk. She's very skilled at that. I'm happy to have both of them on staff. I do want to address a couple of the issues on a couple of the items on today's agenda. First, item 10C is the policy regarding grant applications. When that was reviewed by the board chair and myself, the only version of that policy we had available to us was the 2013 version that is on the website. Apparently, there was a revision that was adopted by this board in 2024. So you're going to have to want to take into consideration that one, for whatever reason, unknown to me, was not posted to the website when it was adopted. We didn't have that information, but the request that we're asking you to enact, those things are still necessary necessary for you to consider. And we were really hoping for a discussion and some direction on that. So if necessary, we could make revisions for the full board meeting next week. Also, we have item, what would I guess now would be item 2, the Leelanau County Road Commission is asking to renew the 0.5 mil road maintenance and repair millage that has been adopted by the county since the 1980s. It's a 2-year millage that has been adopted or it has been renewed in the past. They're asking you to continue that. One issue has been submitted, the resolution has been submitted to legal counsel for review. And there was one issue as to whether or not that millage needs to be shared with a small portion of the county that exists in annexed by Grand Traverse County. Apparently, there was an agreement in the past that millage not be shared, given the size and amount of the area in question. And I just need to get that verified. The resolution that's before you today that we're asking you to approve does not have a provision regarding sharing with Grand Traverse County, but that may be necessary to change in the next meeting, if in fact there is no legal basis for that exclusion. We believe that there is, and we're working on getting that resolved. We do have also on today the Leland Dam inspection report, and what we're hoping to do. That matter has been submitted to and reviewed by the Leland Dam Authority. And we are asking for you to just consider the report. Pat Rauch will be providing information regarding that. We'd like you just to consider the report. You need to think about in terms of when you want to start timing this. It's certainly more likely to be a improvement project item. The maintenance that is being suggested, Pat will describe in greater detail. But it's not something that needs to be done tomorrow. But the dam authority did authorize or suggest that we submit an RFP for that project. And I think it's premature until you know when you're going to do it and how you're going to pay for it. And lastly, we do have item 9D is the vehicle use policy. That is something where I think you'll see in the EDS, there were several alternatives presented. And we are just really looking for discussion and some direction on where you'd like to see that policy go. There are differences in the way that IRS tax code treats law enforcement employees versus how it treats non-law enforcement employees. And we've discussed that in the past, but again, we just need some direction on where you'd like to see us go. We found that the ability to use a vehicle when it, to take a vehicle home when that we actually have been able to demonstrate that it does benefit the business of the business operations of the, particularly the building safety department. And we've also identified that as a means of recruiting new employees to that position. So it's an important consideration for you to come up with a good policy that addresses both of those issues and stays within the guidelines that are permitted and required by the IRS code. That's basically my report. Mr. Chair, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Questions for our administrator? Mr. Money?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I haven't seen a post audit. Are we going to have one here? I thought we might get it. Has anybody seen that?
I think we normally do that at the rate that we have that approval.
We usually approve it here and then move it forward, because unless it's approved here, it doesn't move forward to the next meeting. And that's been the tradition anyway, unless we do it as a late addition. And we could do that.
I think we would have to do that as a late addition.
Yeah, I think you can just leave it on this agenda. I did mention to Clara, and it was a little bit last week, there are some invoices that are outstanding that still need to be posted through post audit. And so when they post those invoices in those next couple of days, they've been rushing or they've been working to get the audit prep. Then you can approve them on Tuesday. But there's we still haven't cleared up some outstanding invoices for March, and those do have to be in post audit because they are not claims and accounts. Otherwise, you have additional reports in the future, and I think that they want to work together to get that all cleaned up so that they can move forward with the months.
Well, correct, but those are usually late additions on the post audit. Usually we have some post audit.
Post audit would be anything that they're paying through payroll and through Friday checks, correct? Any ACHs that are out there. So I believe that there's just a few that have to be posted back to March. And then once those are posted, they'll be able to run the post audit and get those reports to you, which will be before your meeting Tuesday. So it'll just move forward.
All right. And then I was just wondering, in the resolution that was passed, we talked about a finance team and it had the treasurer and the administrator. But now that you've asked the clerk to work in the finance department, we need to change that team in that resolution.
I have not asked the clerk to work in the finance department. I've asked them to provide assistance with the closeout of year 2025. So the answer would be,
well,
no, that does not need to be changed.
Let me rephrase that. Since you have asked her to assist in the finance department, do we need to change the team because they're now assisting in the finance department?
No, because in fact, we addressed that issue, both of us addressed that issue independently to the full council. And they indicated that a change in the resolution was not necessary. Not changing what you did with your resolutions was change responsibility for certain items. You didn't indicate that there's nothing, legal counsel concurred that there's nothing in the resolution that prohibits the clerk from assisting at my request any matter, let alone a financial matter that's addressed by that resolution. And that was concurred by legal counsel independently. Both of us, Clerk Proctor and myself, made contact with our legal counsel regarding that issue. That's the assurance of the proceeding. It did not require a change in the resolution.
Well, and that's the thing that bothers me also is that I never found out that the clerk was assistant until someone else informed me. So I wish you had given us a weekly update to say that she was assisting there. I would appreciate that.
Questions?
A big welcome to Rio and Claire. Glad you're here.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to, I just trying to put this off my list. Jim, you did ask for that legal opinion on that, because I'm on the Leland Dam Authority for the signs there. We've not put up any signs on that walkway, and you said you had requested a legal opinion, you know, quite a while ago. Is that legal opinion come in as far as?
I don't have a written opinion, no. We have an opinion regarding the verbiage that's necessary, and we're working on getting that installed.
Or that was the hold up before us, we were requesting a legal opinion.
Correct.
Any other questions? Well, I also want to welcome Rio and Clara for their coming to the finance department. I had a chance to sit down with them, I think it was a week or maybe more ago. They just kind of walked me through the process, and I'm just very, very grateful for their knowledge and expertise in it. And I feel very comfortable with where this department is headed, with what they're doing. So thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to building safety. We got Amber here for an update.
Everybody. Do have a PowerPoint for you, but I thought I would do a little show and tell before we start that. So I brought these before in the past just to show you how much the code book has changed. This is 1973. This is just the residential code, 2015. There's an exact one that's just about the same size for the commercial code that we're also under. So just to show you what we're dealing with as time goes on, the book gets bigger. It doesn't get smaller.
Is 2015 the most recent?
For residential, yes. There's some changes they're looking to go towards, but it is currently going through the legal system. So I'm not sure what we'll switch to or when we'll switch to. So commercial code's currently under the 2021 version, but residential, we're still under the 2015. Probably for at least the rest of this year based on what I've been able to verify on the court system website. They're still working their way through the courts on that. Okay, next slide, please. So this is just a little bit of information to explain who we are, what we do, and why we do it. Everything is kind of built into the name, building safety. So we're all about safety for the public, from your residential dwelling you live in, to the garage you build, to the commercial structure that you visit. I have a staff of 5 inspectors and 3 office staff, and then myself. So the guys are out in the field every day looking at different things, and they're there in the mornings and in the afternoons for those that are not taking vehicles home. So the ladies and myself deal with the day-to-day questions that come in. There are daily team meetings between myself and the inspectors checking in on what's coming up, what's percolating, and what they've run into, and then as well as with the admin side changes that come through there. Next slide, please. The next couple slides, just some data that I thought you guys might find interesting. So this is new homes within the county in the last several years. So we've got a little ebb and flow here, but you know, this isn't unusual for our area. Most of what we see is residential construction, and the majority of it is also new homes. Next slide, please. These are new housing units. So I've broken them out on the side there, what we're talking about for duplexes, and these are specifically for the number of units, not the building. So if we talk about Corey Flaska's projects there in Cedar, he had a number of buildings, but then they're broken into units. So you'll see we had quite a few there in 2023, and then we're dropping down a little bit as we move forward into the future. Next slide, please. Here's our breakout for commercial construction. So we're down a little bit last year, but on average, that's about where we sit. So again, primarily what we see in the county is residential, not commercial. Next slide, please. These are total building permits issued each year. So that's just the building side as a group. So you can see where we're at there. And then I included a notation at the end there to let you know what that includes. So It's anything that requires a building permit. Demo, solar arrays, swimming pools, decks, porches, everything, including the homes. So we're doing pretty good as far as what we see every year. Next slide, please.
These slides were very interesting. Thank you.
I thought they gave a good breakout so you kids could see what we do. This information here is trade permits. So that's your electrical, plumbing, mechanical. I lumped them all together. There's too much data to kind of break it out for you, but you can see any new home is going to have electrical, plumbing, mechanical. Depending on what else you're doing, you might have only a couple of the trades. So if you're building a pole barn or garage, you might put electricity in it, you might not. If you're going to put a bathroom in there, you're probably going to need a plumbing permit. Next slide, please. And then this is a breakout so you can see the number of inspections that we're doing each year. So again, I currently have 5 inspectors. One of them is part-time, working 3 days a week, but you can see on average what they're doing every year. So in the slower months, the winter time, that number comes down per day. But on average, right now it's picking back up. So everybody's doing anywhere from 7 to 13 inspections a day. So they're moving and cruising throughout the county. Next slide, please. That's it. I moved through it pretty quick and I'm a fast talker. So if I went too fast, I apologize, but please feel free to ask any questions or if there's anything more you'd like to know about the department, I'm here for it.
Money?
Yeah, thank you for that report. Later on, we're gonna talk about fees in different departments. So I was thinking that maybe we should look at the building fees and see if they need to be changed, you know, or addressed as, you know, how it's working with your budget.
Okay.
So, I mean, if that's, when you have time or when you can set it up and have a meeting for that, I think we should look at those.
Okay.
What are you thinking about that?
I'm open to looking at them. I don't look at them every year, I'd say, but maybe every year and a half, just to see where I'm at in comparison to some of the other counties. So we're still on the lower end or right in the middle. I wouldn't say we're higher, but I'm open to discussing it further with you all. Or if you want to do a more specific presentation on that, I can certainly do that.
That's what I thought. We'll do that in committee. Set that up. So.
Administrator, yeah, the statute, the applicable statute that governs building safety departments like ours requires that the fees bear a reasonable relationship to the actual cost of providing the service. And it's one of the things that I indicated in the fee, the executive document summary regarding review of the fees. This is something you want to take up on all your departments at the time of budget. There is significant revenue that ought to be addressed, and as to whether or not those fees are set to reasonably reflect, as the statute requires the building fees to be. There's no statute that says, for example, your dog license fees have to bear a reasonable relationship to the cost of the service provided. But on a budget basis, they should very much be tied to revenue necessary to perhaps not 100% provide all the revenue for that. Because you probably don't want a dog license that's $300, for example, but at least bear a closer relationship to what the cost of providing that service.
And if I could piggyback off that too, just a reminder too, we're not funded by general fund dollars directly by the taxpayers. It's all driven by our fees. So while we work for the county, there are not every taxpayer benefits directly from our department. They don't have a project, but their tax dollars don't directly fund my department.
Not a question, Amber, but a comment. I remember in 2014 and 2015, how many complaints, letters of complaint, public comments we had about the building safety department. We never hear anything but praise now. And I thank you and the staff.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that.
Mr. Rollins?
I'll give this to you when we get done here talking, but last week, I traveled quite a bit and I was in Cadillac and it caught my eye. Normally I don't buy a Cadillac newspaper, but right on the front page it says inspector short supply. It's really a great article that told the county south of us how it is difficult to find inspectors now and the training to get them to there. But what was interesting that we may want to look at some point is what they're doing down there is counties are working together and having inspectors work for both counties to cover it. So
Okay,
I just wanted to
yeah,
pass that on to you.
thank you.
Any other questions? All right, not, Amber.
All right, thank you all.
The update. With that, we're on to our first public comments. We'll start out with public comment, which you have 1 minute for general topics of county concern. And then we'll move on to 3 minutes. So Lois, 1 minute.
So, good morning. Lois Bailey from Village of Sutton Bay, and I have no complaints, but I brought you a handout. So the inspection department did bring up that solar is a permitted use, and we had a member of the Leelanau Energy group that was curious about how many solar installations we had in the county. So he went through the permits from 2025 back to 2014, and this is how many solar installations there are in Leelanau County. So the reality is that when they work at their maximum during July and August, the excess power that's generated that's not used on the property goes into the grid. So you guys are all solar users, which is a wonderful thing. And the other thing to be aware of is that once the solar installation is installed, those panels will last at least 25 years. And the power used to, or the fuel used to generate power is zero. So it's a good thing, and we should embrace it. Thank you.
Any other public comment for the 1 minute? All right, if not, we'll move on to the 3 minutes, which you have 3 minutes agenda specific. So I ask you to come, you address what agenda you're addressing and go from there. So anybody that would just give public comment on 3 minutes. Kelsey.
Good morning. The agenda item is number 3, number 10E, but first of all, I'd like to comment briefly on the 2 books that were left here. The small book and the big book. It appears to me that in 20 years, we've seen how the regulatory system has destroyed the housing market. There's a famous article I'll get to you in a few days that places all the responsibility and blame on public officials who overregulate. That's why we have a housing problem. On another matter, I am confused as a person attending meetings on the issue of 10E. It brings me a point I have picked up in the reading a lot of stuff. Adam Smith said the following: society cannot exist or subsist among those who are at all times ready to hurt and injure another. This commission has demonstrated this morning by obliterating 10E from the agenda. You, 4 of you, don't even want to speak about it in an open discussion to move it to the next meeting. Imagine that. You don't want to talk about it. Doesn't that sound odd? What's stopping you people from wanting to talk about it, from a valid discussion about it? So the May 21 of 11th, May 11, 2021, has again reared its ugly head. The clerk voting motion. It's on the table again today. For 5 whole years, it has been on this table. And this commission, prior commissions have been struggling with this animal, and they can't wrestle to the ground because it was ill-conceived to begin with. Very destructive to the whole county and to the people. So we have seen this go to being stabilized until last January
by the prior administrator and now totally destabilized again. The finance department is totally destabilized, starting all anew again. And we are now begging the clerk to fix things so that we can have an audit. Can you imagine that? After telling her she can't be talked to for any financial advice? So I have put this little thing together here. An observation by me and us. It is impossible to underestimate the permanent harm and damage put in place or initiated and unleashed by the Leelanau County Commission by their May 11th, 2021 emotionally ridden clerk-loathing motion and decision, and many subsequent foolish and irrational emotional decisions behind.
Prosecutor, 3 minutes are up.
Good, we'll continue on at the end of the meeting because you need to get the full story. We are going down and still going down the bad path we started 5 years ago. And you need to have a
Good.
apology resolution.
No? Yes.
Hi. Dana Sam Getzinger, District 1. And I just have to say, I don't know what meeting was at this morning, but we were not at the same meeting. To me, when you discussed how you wanted to treat all your employees, I thought that was very honorable. So I disagree. I also recently got an interesting card that I will copy for all of you. And it's called Green Path, Red Path. Green path, you find solutions. Red path, you find problems. Okay, on green path, it's caring, honest, and direct. You listen to understand. You engage, align, learn, and coordinate. You share perspectives. It's data-driven, and you focus on solutions. The red path is what I find a lot of people do up here in public comment. They attack, they avoid, they freeze, they ignore, they blame others, they're defensive, and they're kind of whining and want you guys to all pay the price for something I never see you doing. To me, most all of your decisions are pretty either 7-0 or 5-2. It seems to me you work well together and that you're very caring of the employees. And to have someone say that you're not caring of the employees, I find reprehensible. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Mr. White or Mr. Barnum?
Go ahead.
You could all polite each other.
Josh Barman, Elmwood Township, 10E. I just want to say, as a member of the public that has just been learning about how all this works, both of our clerks seem incredibly competent. And frankly, everyone that I have talked to in public service in this building, whether they're paid or elected or whatever else, have all seemed very competent. I think you guys make very good hires. So I think the idea that a policy exists as to when you recognize particular individuals for their achievements, for their longevity, things like that, seemingly a policy should be making these decisions so that it's not political. So right now I'm just like, with all the personnel issues that have been going on in the county, it seems like we are creating issues to create headlines in the paper versus actually trying to fix the problems that exist in the building. So yeah, I would encourage you to please focus on fixing the issues. Don't just create sound bites for social media or the newspaper, because that doesn't actually push the ball forward. Thank you.
Mr. White?
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jim White from Sutton's Bay, and I'm here to comment on 10D, I believe it is, the administrator's annual review. It might be a bit of a mea culpa because over the past year, I've been pretty vocal in my criticisms of the administrator, starting with it running for the Cherryland board, telling Commissioner Campbell to stay in his lane when he was asking questions about things that were happening in the government, his conflicts of interest in the Sutton's Bay School District land sale, his, what in my opinion was a reckless and controversial move to fire his finance director, and most recently, his ludicrous decision to rehire a finance director who failed in the job twice before. I might add that that decision was strenuously criticized by me and a number of your constituents. Obviously, we've been proven right by subsequent developments. And it was the debacle we expected, unfortunately. That is a very condensed list of the issues I've raised, but through it all, I was being critical of the administrator. And this morning, I must qualify my many criticisms based on the comments of a majority of this board. It may be possible that the administrator has no culpability in many, if not all, of these faux pas, because I've been told by a majority of the commissioners on this board that the administrator, quote, only does what he is specifically directed to do by this board. Is that true? If it is, that needs to be made perfectly clear in the administrator's annual review. It also needs to be made clear to the public in the comments of this board. It cannot be true that the administrator only does what you tell him to do if you continue to tell the public and me that you do not know what he is doing and why. Case in point, when the finance director was suspended and then fired, I was told by the majority of this board that the board had no idea why she was suspended at the time. And subsequently, when she was fired, you still had no complete information. How is that possible? Really? How is that possible? If you told the administrator to do it, then you must know why he did it. Or are you just hanging him out to dry? Or are you misleading me and your constituents? To quote an old saying, inquiring minds want to know. Similarly, this board has consistently told me that you have no idea what role the administrator played in the Sutton's Bay School District land sale and told me to talk to him directly or consult the treasurer or the Sutton Bay School Board. Which is it, commissioners? Do you direct the administrator's actions or not? If you're going to rate anyone's performance, the source of that person's priorities should be clear. Since the administrator is a public employee, your constituents deserve to know what his accountabilities are and what metric you're using to determine success. Going forward, I will operate on the assumption that every action taken by this administrator was directed by this board, and I'll be back at the 5-minute comment.
Any other public comment? Moving none, we'll move to commissioner comments. Do you have any commissioner comments? Commissioner Campbell?
Yes, we talk a lot up here about the divisions, the inability to get along. Somehow there's this deep personal resentment among departments, and that's reared itself out. And we always talk about we need to change that impression. The resolution that I put before you was designed as a step toward that end. It was not meant as a division. It was really an opportunity to lay down swords, an opportunity to rise above whatever had driven politics in the past. And I really didn't expect any resentment. I've been to many meetings. I've been to many, covered many local governments. I've never seen such a resolution be exterminated, I guess. So that surprised me. We did pass a policy for recognizing employees. It said nothing about resolutions, so I'm not sure how you get a resolution. This was not meant to be controversial, and I think leaving it off the record leaves that impression. Here's what I had written. Whereas the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners, as well as the citizens of Leelanau County, wish to honor County Clerk Michelle Crocker upon the 30th anniversary of her taking office on May 1st, 1996. We've only found 2 other county elected officials who have served longer. Whereas Clerk Crocker was first appointed by Circuit Court Judges Thomas Power and Philip Rogers and has won 8 straight elections since that appointment. Whereas Clerk Crocker has been a dedicated public servant, meeting with enthusiasm the challenges of changing expectations and responsibilities through 3 decades as clerk and 45 years of employment with the county. Whereas during most of those years, I'm getting there, guys, the clerk's office has accepted the non-statutory responsibility of handling the financial affairs of Leelanau County, resulting in positive audits and clean financial records. Whereas Clerk Crocker has taken seriously her role as chief election officer for the county, guiding township clerks, training election workers, and creating an efficient process for early in-person voting in the county government center. Whereas Clerk Crocker says that the favorite part of her job is helping the people of Leelanau County who interact with county government. And whereas Clerk Crocker has been a loving wife to husband Alan Crocker, a loving mother to her sons Joshua, Jonathan, and Alex, and a loving grandmother to 8 grandchildren, the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners seeks to honor Clerk Crocker not only for her decades of service while serving closely with us and past commissioners, but also her dedication to making Leelanau County a better place to live, work, and play. Now, in my thought pattern, we need more of these, not less. So I'm very disappointed, but in Verizon, and I don't buy this. Well, we have a policy. We don't have any policy for honoring the longest serving clerk in the state of Michigan.
Mr. Wessel?
Thank you, Commissioner Campbell. I wrote down my own thoughts before I made the motion today, and let me read it. Recognition is most meaningful when it is fair, consistent, and grounded in clear values. It builds trust, it reinforces accountability, and shows staff their work is valued. When applied unevenly, recognition can create perceptions of favoritism and weaken morale. A consistent approach strengthens performance by reinforcing expectations, supporting retention, and encouraging excellence. This resolution does not align with how we have recognized others in the past and is not part of a formal, consistent practice. Until recognition is guided by a clear and uniform approach, it should be handled the way we're talking about, which is putting it on the agenda in another month or two.
There's another piece, that's really well written. You're good at that. We do things together as a group, as a commission. I think we all read that. And we're like, wait, where did this come from? We get our packets and there's a celebration and a resolution and it's all scheduled and we talk first. Okay, when we make changes. And then it's really important that what we do is consistent for everyone. So I'm nice, really, I agree with everything you said. That's wonderful. And she was given a 45-year, congratulations on your 45 years of working for us and with us. We need a consistent policy. And it actually should come out of the HR department.
Mr. Robbins?
Well, on a happy note. First of all, I got a few things I want to talk about, so bear with me. First of all, I want to say thank you, Chairman Yoder, for moving forward on that governance workshop. I'm sorry I missed it because I was ill, but kudos to you. You're moving us in the right direction. The next thing is I'd like to acknowledge when I read the paper, some of our students, our student athletes, and 2 of them I noticed in the last month received scholarships. One is Kylan Gallagher, who's in my district. He's going to Northern on a football scholarship. The other one is his mother works here, Fletcher Middleton from Glen Lake. He's going to Hope on a football scholarship. So I'd like to recognize them. Next thing is I've been attending the Common Grounds. It's been very interesting. The last meeting was really was a landmark. Sam and Josh, keep up the great work. I never thought in my lifetime I could see Gary Zamitis, Jim White, and Larry Maltby sit at the same table and laugh and have fun. So it's working. So keep up the good work. On the next note, Mr. Dyer, you've been here for a year. Thank you. It's been an interesting year. You're doing a great job. Keep up the great work. Mr. White kind of touched on it this morning. Probably should be attacking us as a board because we give the direction that we want him to go, and that's what he's been doing. His job is to run the day-to-day thing, so we can't be here every day to know what's going on. We trust it. That's the key word, we trust it. And we're moving forward. I want to thank you, and as a board, I want to apologize that I don't like the word that I'm your employer, and I don't feel I am, but yes, I am. But as an employer, I feel like we've let you down as a board in the last year. We've let some people come in here and beat you up when we should be taking a beating ourselves. And so I'd like to keep up the great work. On another note, Alan, you had a great concept. I think it was great. It was the process. I think you learned last week in the governance workshop that we're a team. We're not individuals, we're a team. And what triggered a lot of us here is it's not Michelle Crocker. She deserves to be honored. I'll be the first one to say that. It's a process when you read, when you pick up and get on your computer and you've already made a schedule, a date for a ceremony without even discussing it with any of us. You walk in, you see a paper up there, I think it's up there right now, a press release on something we haven't even discussed. So, I mean, just let's work together as a team and we can come up with a great ceremony for it, but we got to work together as one because we are one. We're not seven, we're one.
Commissioner Walter?
Yes, just a little housekeeping. Communications, we got a letter from Grand Rivers Band, we did not mention. Oh, did we? Yeah. Okay. All right, maybe, all right, I'm chagrined, I wasn't listening. Sorry. I went by so fast, so okay. And then the other thing is, I didn't really think we were gonna get a debate on this issue, because we put it off the agenda, but I guess we did. That's all I guess.
Mike?
Yeah, I appreciated the workshop, last Tuesday. I think that I just thought commissioners were a little confused about that we have goals. So I brought the goals that we have for 2026, and as top priority, one was the strategic planning, which I think somewhat was presented at our workshop. We also had software upgrades as the two top priorities. Then we had second tier, which was budget streamlining. Then there's the opioid funds that we're going to have an RFP for. We need policy reviews, which we're doing. We wanted to examine the jail costs and then have a fully staffed finance department. So, I mean, we are working towards our goals. I just think that I just need to remind you that we do have these. And I was a little disappointed that people said we didn't have goals. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll close out the remarks, I guess, by celebrating a couple more individuals that have worked here in the county for some years. First one I have on my desk here is Jenny Herman. She's with the planning department. She's celebrating 5 years this month, working for the county. I want to thank her for that. The next one we got is Stephanie Steffens. I believe she's with Corrections Sergeant's Department. She's been there for 20 years, working for the county. So I want to thank you for that. And then the final one I got is Walter Morton, he's a dispatcher, I believe, and he's been serving the county for 10 years on that role. So just want to celebrate them and thank you for their years of service to the county. Couldn't do it without them. So make sure they get these. And, I just want to give them a public shout out. So with that, we'll move on to action items, which the first one we moved up. It has to do with well and septic inspections brought to us by Commissioner Bunnick, and I believe we have Dan and Eric here as well. They'll come up, and then I'll let Commissioner Bunnick kind of take it off, as kind of what he was thinking, or start a discussion.
I had gotten some complaints, or I don't know if they're really complaints, but some talk to me about the well checks that we have every 6 months. you know, there's no mandatory well inspections or checks on a house once it's been occupied. Yet now, when we're going to transfer, we have septics every 3 years, or if we're gonna transfer, it has to be within the 3-year period. But yet, if there's a transfer, they have 6 months on the well. It comes down to only 5 months, because it takes about a month. You get the water sample, you send it in, you get the results back. So it's a 6-month period only really is good for about 5 months, once you get the results back. So I was thinking that we should look at trying to set them both at 3 years. If you're gonna do one for a land transfer, then you also would do, you know, both for a 3-year period. Because otherwise it doesn't get inspected at all once it's transferred. Either one do. They're not unless there's a definite problem or somebody calls about it. So just for consistency, and so people know they're getting an inspection, that it's good for 3 years, and then they go from there. So I appreciate you answering back in the email, and I just think that it makes much more sense to just do that way. And so I was hoping we could try to work that out, or find a better solution than every 6 months on transfers.
Okay.
Introduce yourself first. For the
Eric Johnston, I'm the Environmental Health Director for the Leelanau District Health Department. And I've been with Leelanau for, well, since 1996, so 30 years essentially. So I'd like to clarify a key point of your statement there. You said that septic system evaluations are good for 3 years. That is correct. Water well evaluations, the construction, the pressure tank, all of that is also good for 3 years. What is not good for 3 years and is only good for 6 months is the water sample results. So as part of any water evaluation that we do when we go out to an existing system for a time of transfer is we look at the construction of the well. We also collect a water sample, which includes a bacteria, coliform bacteria sample, and a nitrate sample. Those results are only good for 6 months because it's a health and safety issue for the buyers. When we're taking a sample, it is a snapshot of what that well and water quality is at that point in time. That can change over time from a well or a water system sitting vacant. Bacteria can populate in there. If somebody does any changes to the plumbing, bacteria can be introduced. So it is a snapshot, and that's why that time frame is 6 months. And that's actually a longer time frame than the Veterans Administration lending institution gives, which is 90 days. So we actually have leeway on that. We actually are more lenient on that end of things. And that is written into our code, that 6 month period. So that's not the policy thing, it's right in our code. And it is just for the water sample results. So anytime after that, then another sample would have to be collected to make sure that that water is still, or that water well is still providing safe water to that whoever's buying that piece of property. So, and that amount of time frame has been used in Benzie County since 1992. So over 33 years at this point. And there are things, there's a realtor organization down in Benzie that as soon as they get a listing, they have the well and septic evaluated, but ask us to hold off on the water sampling because it can take a while to get a buyer. It takes a while to get a contract signed sometimes. So when they do get a contract signed, then they'll call us up and say, hey, please go out now and get the water sample. That way they're not, that clock on that sample result doesn't get started at that point in time until we go out and take that sample, right? So if we do water or well evaluation for construction and the septic evaluation on April 1st, and they don't get a contract signed till June, and we go out June 1st and take a water sample, that sample result starts from June forward, not from back in April when we did the construction aspect, because we're not issuing a report, right? As soon as we issue a report, construction report, that's when the 36th month period starts for the well and septic evaluation aspect. Does that make sense? Hopefully I explained that correctly. or well enough for you to understand. So that's a key point that I'd like to really make sure that everybody understands.
So the 6 month is not part of the ordinance?
It is, it's in section 6.2, I believe it is. And if you look in that section, so it's 6.2B, part 2 is the 36, that gives the 36 for the construction, all that. But if you look in B itself, it says water samples. So I'll read it for you all. The following are exempt from the requirements for the evaluation of existing on-site sewage system and or water well, excluding water quality compliance sampling for on-site water wells with no water quality standard results for samples collected by the health department and analyzed by a state of Michigan certified laboratory within 6 months prior to the proposed transfer.
So you don't require any water sampling when people are living in a house?
No, that's
This is
there.
only at transfer time?
That is correct. That is in our ordinance, correct. It's recommended they sample yearly, but that's just a recommendation.
Right, that's a recommendation. And so we could change it to 3 years on everything so that we're consistent with it and people understand, because they don't understand the 90 days or whatever it is, because their understanding is the well has been inspected, and the septic has been inspected, and they're good for 3 years.
Mhm.
So when you do the water sample thing, that throws them all off completely, so I just think that it would be much more consistent to follow the same rules as we go through, because otherwise no one's getting their well tested on a 90-day period or a 1-year period normally.
Well, I can appreciate, the consistency concern and that sort of thing. But again, this is a health and safety aspect because people are drinking this water, consuming this water, and it can make them sick. If conditions have changed within that 6-month period from when we were first at a home doing an evaluation to when it then sells 7 months later and we have to go out and do another water sample. It's over a half a year. And in our area with the snow melt and the rain, especially now with the rain, that can cause problems with well systems to be identified, whether it's been constructed properly or not, with grouting and a bunch of other things. Conditions can change fairly rapidly with water wells and their safety and healthiness of the water that they're getting. So that's why that 6-month period is there, because it is health and safety, not necessarily, it's not a convenience thing, obviously. So that's why it's that way.
I understand that. I just, the fact that it never gets tested normally, but then all of a sudden we've got a shorter period than what by our ordinance we put in 2 different periods. And I think that it would be good for us to go to a consistent period. Just my thought.
Right, yeah, Commissioner Algard and then Commissioner Walter.
When I first heard this, I talked to the realtor that has the concern. And I heard her, but then I spoke with Mr. Johnson. And he reminded me, or told me what Benzie does, and it's very simple. And it's something the realtors need to understand. So this is not everybody in the world that you don't get the sample done until you've got a contract. If I'm buying a house, I want to know the water's healthy. So I think health and safety are preeminent concerns here. If the water was tested 3 years ago, let me tell you, with the flooding, I know when our lake goes this high, there are septic fields being invaded. I sure want to know that if I'm buying a house. So the ordinance as it is protects people's health. And I can't imagine anything more important than that.
Commissioner Walter.
Yeah, I was just, there are 2 different systems, so they've got to have 2 different standards. Okay, so if I'm gonna list a house, and I'm gonna be on top of this, I'm gonna list the house, I'm gonna get that water sample, so everything's ready to go. But that house sits on the market for 1.5 years, which some houses do, depending on price line. You know, because it's real easy to sell a single family 3-bedroom house quickly in this county because they're in demand. But if I've got a 7-bedroom house with 4 garages and a boat slip, it might take me 3 years to sell that house. So yeah, my inspection's no longer any good. So it's a common sense thing for the realtor that's complaining about this is, hey, let's wait till I've got a good offer in, because I know it's gonna take 60 days to get the paperwork done, so I know I can get a result of a water sample in 3 weeks. So let's not ask for that water sample till then. That's the common sense way to go about this, instead of saying, well, it's easier for me just to pay that $130 and sit on it for 3 years. That's why we have 2 different standards. So I don't think it's unreasonable that that's what the testing standard is. And I mean, that's what it is. They shouldn't be the same, they're 2 different things. It's like a horse and a donkey, they both pull a cart, it's different.
Right, Mr. Campbell?
How much is a water tax?
So if we collect it for the evaluation purpose, it's $129, and that includes the lab fee, which is 60 of that.
Okay.
So essentially $69 covers our administrative costs, travel and sanitary time to sample it.
And can I use an independent company as opposed to going through the health department?
We do not allow that because it is a chain of custody. We know that we are the only ones that have collected that sample, have taken it to the laboratory, and the results are what they are because of what we have done. You start getting independent people, they can use distilled water, they can do nefarious things to it. So the trust factor is not there. That's why we don't.
So you mentioned 2 prices earlier, one if you go get it, right? So I don't know how that chain of command, you can hold that unless you actually go get it. I'm just being devil's advocate.
So, correct. So let me clarify. So if it is a time of transfer, part of our code, that the requirement that you are selling your home or transferring the home, it is incumbent upon us to go collect it. So if you're paying for that well and septic evaluation, depending on what records we have, we've got different sliding scales for that. There's a certain price for it. And that includes the water sample if there's a water well that's there. So we go and do everything.
Oh.
So when
And the cost is $129.
It's more than that for that portion because we're spending more time, we're digging into the drain fields and we're looking at collection and all of that. So that sliding scale. So where the 129 comes in is after the 6 months have passed and nobody has bought the home and that water sample result is older than 6 months. In order for us to go back out, we charge $129 to go back out. Okay.
You don't have to re-inspect this.
Correct. We don't do any of that other stuff. Correct.
Mr. Robbins?
Thanks for all the work you do. I think it's we're pushing about 4 years for this ordinance.
Little over
2023.
Yep,
Yeah.
January 2023.
Yeah. Well,
January of 2023.
is when it started. Yeah, became effective.
Yeah, you're doing this every day. I mean, what are your comments, feedback? Are you getting negative comments? Are you getting complaints about this?
Not on the length of time for the water sample results, except for one individual that I'm aware of anyway.
Out of 4 years, one complaint.
That's what I'm aware of anyway.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd just like to emphasize that it's really the realtor's job to inform. If you're gonna put your place on the market, you're talking to a realtor, so the realtor's job is to let people know. I wouldn't put the water sample done yet. So it works well when that's done.
All right, so I just got a couple questions. So being that we're a part of the Benzie General District Health Department, my understanding is if we would change that, it would have to go to Benzie for them to change that as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. I can answer some of the procedurals. Go ahead, sorry.
And so from my understanding, Benzie has had this in place for some years or?
Since 1992, yeah.
Has there been any issues there, I guess, with this?
Not that I'm aware of, and I've worked out of that office since 1996, so.
Right.
Well, there was those 4 years before you were there. But...
Well, that's true. I wasn't. That's why I said that, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't, seems like the majority of the board here is, is supportive of those. And I just think based on, from my understanding, the cumbersome process of going through this, and that even if Benzie would decline it, we'd still be stuck with it, I think, from my understanding, so.
That's correct. And for those folks at home, Dan Thorell, health officer for the Leelanau District Health Department, and there is quite a process. It's outlined in the Michigan Public Health Code is how to amend or even initiate a regulation. But yeah, there's public hearings. The board has to start with the Board of Health and then go through that process through a motion if it's approved or not approved. Public hearings, and then goes back to the Board of Health, for approval or not approval. And then goes out to each Board of Commissioners, and both would have to approve it in a district health department situation in order for it to move forward.
Thank you. Any final questions?
No, I appreciate you coming in and explaining it. Doesn't seem like there's a will here to do it, so I'm not making a motion.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us in, and yeah, appreciate the opportunity to talk about it.
Dan, I just wanted to thank you for your effort in reaching out to me during the contamination issue in Leland. That was so helpful. That was above and beyond the call. Thank you so much.
Well, I really feel communication is key when anything like that is going on. So I appreciate the recognition.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for what you do for us.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a good day.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll move to. We'll do a couple more agenda items before we call for a break, so. Next, we got the new number 2, which is the Leelanau County Road Commission. We got Brendan here. We'll speak on, I think, my understanding, he'll give an update, and then we'll speak on the resolution as well.
If that's okay, sure.
Go for it.
You might all want to get coffee before I start going through numbers.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Brendan Mullane, Managing Director of the Road Commission. Chairman Bob Joyce was, he's not feeling well this morning, so he sends his regards though, of course. The PowerPoint they have up there, I think you have copies. If anybody, there's a few copies, so there were copies up there. Everybody else wants to follow along. Yep, perfect. Also, it's this time of year, we're going around to townships, giving our same presentation. So I'll try to be somewhat brief, but touch on maybe some key items. And maybe to apologize for the amount of blue ink I used on this year. As you see, the printing looks a little different, but overall cover page, pretty standard information. You've got your elected commissioners there, road commissioners on the left, and some information on our staff. The photo was actually of the Shoot to Tube Crystal River crossing on County Road 675. And that was actually from a year and a half ago, but I really liked the way it showed the new timber bridge along with the old. As much as I think we all probably enjoy shooting the tube. You can kind of see there how it is well past its life. We've got a couple street signs, I think, holding back the dirt. And then also really want to give appreciation to the Conservation Resource Alliance, that CRA, and then the tribe. The Grand Traverse Band has been hugely a big part of this. Over $6 million of those 4 crossings into your road system, and a very low cost to us. It was mostly covered by them. So a ton of effort. Countless different governing agencies, and just really appreciate what they've done, and want to give them appreciation. Next page is slide 2, and it's pretty busy. Those are a couple of different graphics we've got from the County Road Association. And I'm not gonna read it all to you, but there were some pretty major changes to our road funding at the state level this past year. I think it happened in September. And the top right, there's a couple of QR codes if anybody's really interested. Kind of listed out the actual MCL that was revised. In short, there are two different things that happened. Remove the sales tax on gas and replace it with bumping up the gas tax. So it's instead of 6% on gas per dollar, it's 21 cents a gallon. So it's a per gallon tax. And now basically everything you pay at the pump goes to the road system, whether it's federal or local. So I think that was a pretty important thing to do. Estimates show that is going to bring in marginally more money to the state for roads. They turned this off in September and didn't turn on the new gas tax till January. So we saw a pretty big dip in funding between those times. It's about a 3-month lag. So we finally just in March saw that kind of start to reset. So we have pretty good expectation that that'll cover itself. And then the NRF is something a new thing they created. And if you go to the next slide, a little more detail on that. Here we go. Again, it's pretty busy. It's kind of a myriad of how this all works, but the NRF is called the Neighborhood Road Fund, and it's something new they created. It's going to be funded through a corporate income tax, and then an allocation from that. I think it's 1.1 billion from there going to the state and getting filtered down to us, and then an excise, a wholesale tax on marijuana. The marijuana tax has already been challenged in court, I think 3 or 4 times since it came to be. So we're not holding our breath on that, kind of waiting and seeing. But both of these funds we're told we won't get until maybe 4th quarter this year, 1st quarter next year. So we are excited and hopeful for it, but we're sort of not holding our breath. The important thing about that is also it doesn't require local match. When we talk, especially I'm talking to townships, we talk here about improvements to local roads, require matching funds from townships or some local other local way of doing it. The NRF doesn't require that, which is pretty good news. But they also dictate that we have to spend it the same way as Section K, which means 75% of that is supposed to be used for primary roads. So that doesn't mean it's all going to be able to go to the neighborhoods or the local roads, as I think we all would probably in this county like. We can move 30% of that. So we'll be talking a lot more about it next year. And of course, and for us throughout the summer and into the fall, but it could be anywhere from maybe 250,000 to maybe $1 million that could be spent on local roads for improvements, not requiring a match. That's good news. That's certainly better than what it has been. And we'll talk in a little bit how it's not enough to solve world hunger. So next slide. This came from every couple of years, our County Road Association puts out reports. And so this is talking about statewide road commissions. The green line is how many miles they recommend get improved in order to meet a 60% good fare on local roads and a 90% good fare in primaries, which we'll talk about ours a little bit further down. But you can see how many miles they recommend, the 13,500, and how many miles are actually being improved year over year. There's some major funding changes in 2017 that were gradually rolled out. So you can see those are actually pretty direct improvements to our road system. So in a couple of years, we hope we'll see a nice little spike there after 2023. The next slide is just some general statistics on our county road system. Just under 600 total miles. You can see the breakdown there of local paved and primary. And you've probably heard me say it before, but the primary, there's a legal difference between local and primary. Primary roads are numbered roads, 641, 633. And the road commission is responsible for improvements and maintenance on those. And then on the local roads are everything else. And road commission is responsible for maintenance and safety, but improvements have to come with that matching requirement, except for the NRF, which kind of working through the details on that. Over on the right is just a breakdown of paved miles by township. We did this asset management plan. We rolled it out a couple of years ago. And we're going to talk a lot about the PASER score. That's all referring to paved roads. So next slide is, you've seen this before too, is the cost to fix a road based on its PASER score. So if a road is a 10, it's probably perfect or brand new. And then if it's a 1, it's probably nearing failed road status. And when we talk about maintenance, the maintenance millage, maintenance funds that we have to spend on local roads, those tend to go towards the yellow. the statistics tell us you spend $1 on a yellow road, you're saving $6 down the line. This is all about asset management, focusing and making as the most as you can with what you have. And also anything in the red is going to need a local township match anyway. So next slide is a breakdown, just a comparison. So as I mentioned, the statewide average for road commissions is a 55% good fare for everything. And the CRA set a goal or recommends a goal for a 90% good fare primary, 60% good fare local. Our county is actually, and this is ours from 2023, these numbers on our local roads they're actually over 90% by now for our primaries, and we're at 75% for our locals. So we're actually doing much better than even the County Road Association saying they need $2.4 billion a year to get everybody to 60%. And we are actually at 75% on our locals, which is exciting, unless you live in that 25%. Then just comparison to townships from there, and reminder, those are all local roads. The next slide is a snippet from the report we rolled out, basically just illustrating what I'd like to bring your attention to is the poor roads. The red is showing us that we would need $30 million to fix all of the poor roads and bring them up to a 10. So 250, maybe $1 million extra a year to fix the locals. Fantastic. And we're very excited about it. It's not going to be enough without local matching with townships or SADs or some other way of finding ways to improve those red roads. Next slide is just a graph showing our two main sources of funding. I think next year we'll probably have another one in there, which will be the NRF. So the MTF is gas tax, registration fees. Obviously, you can see it's the bulk of our funding, and it comes and goes with the ebbs and flows of gas and registration. And then the millage, which of course we're here to talk about today. The millage has been growing, which is good news for us. Bad news is the buying power is somewhere around 65% of what it was in 2020. Next slide is our 2025, basically what happened last year. Revenue on the left and then expenditures on the right. So when we get the money from the MTF, from the state by gas tax and registration, they earmark it primary and local. We are allowed to move some of that money, as I mentioned earlier, from primary to local. But then if you look at, so that's basically what it's kind of earmarked for as it comes in. And then Road Commission has some authority on how to spend it. So on the right is how we spent it. The left is what it came into us and how it was measured with the formula. If you see that local maintenance, we spent just over half of, no more than half, excuse me. Yeah, about half of our money spent last year was on local road maintenance. So if you basically showing that the entire road millage that we have is going into local road maintenance. So we've got enough on our primary roads from what we get for the gas tax. We're putting our millage and everything else we can into local roads and even taking some over from the primaries, doing what we can to maintain those. The state trunk line is pretty much dollar for dollar. Every 3 years they do an audit, and they actually owed us a little more money last year. So that's why those aren't one for one, but that township contribution is certainly very much appreciated. My goal is going around the townships, just trying to encourage more of that. I'll do with you today. The next slide is the budget and the plan for 2026. If you're going to toggle back and forth between them, you would see that they're pretty similar. This is pretty much the general approach that we have, trying to put as much as we can to local maintenance, keep those, at least save what we can. And, pretty much same thing, millage and local road numbers are going into the local road maintenance.
Before you leave that slide, why is the revenue for 2026 down from 2025?
That was some of that end of the year. They took off the gas tax.
Okay.
So that we had, a few months in there. And that was the biggest difference. Revenue for 25 was a little more because of that audit from the state. And I think the township contribution. No, that's about the same. So yeah, it was mostly that fourth quarter.
Thank you.
That did. Now we get monthly checks. It's about 3-month lag from whatever was used and sold in gas tax. And so they project a year. So as we go throughout the year, we keep track of that. Are we on track? Are we below, above? Of course, right now, there's probably a lot less gas being bought with the price of things. So We budget, it's like a 5 or 7% less than what the state projects us for. And then as we get throughout the year, we start to get that down to close to zero, so. And then the expenditure is pretty big difference between expenditure and revenue in 2025. That was purchasing of some trucks flipping over the year was basically why that is. The next slide is very colorful. Apologize for that, but a lot of different things to show. There's a report that goes with this, the townships, basically just breaking down. There's a lot of different categories of where we spent the money on the local roads by township, by category. You can see the winter maintenance, those are all going to go up or down pretty much at the same ratio. We're going to plow when we plow everywhere. So we plowed a lot this year, but they're pretty consistent. You can almost put that to the miles of the township, chip seal. We try to get that somewhat organized by area to be efficient. So we were out in the Empire area this last year. So we chip sealed everything that we could that was salvageable. So anything that was a yellow road in Empire got chipped. So it's a pretty big chunk there. Same with Casson is over that way. This year we're gonna be further up in the Leelanau Township, North Suttons Bay area. So we try and kind of rotate that around as we can. But instead of chipping one road in every township or a few roads, then we spend a lot of time or waste time going from project to project. So next slide is showing our federal funds. So we have access to some rural transportation funds. That's the light blue. The dark blue is some urban money. It's actually pretty new. Last year, our urbanized area reached a threshold to become an MPO. So that's what we call the TTCI. And that gives our region, the urbanized area, roughly $1 million to work with. We actually have $1 million coming for 2027 for Cherry Bend, and then another $1 million in 2029. So we're pretty excited about that. Appreciate all the work with the TTCI. And then the light green is all of our matching requirements. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Last year, County Road 626 was a pretty big project for us. It was 2 years worth of RTF. So, and this year Maple City is happening. If anybody's been through there, it's
You're gonna do the,
Downtown Maple City.
I just put that down. Oh my God, that's a disaster. Thank you.
Absolutely it is. You're very welcome. Excited about that. So we're using some federal funds for that because that is a primary, an all-season road. And then also the township is using some ARPA money. So the township is going to be paying for the parking and the sidewalks and some drainage. And we're doing all the project at once, but they'll be contributing that portion. And then we're paying to fix the road itself, which is much, much needed.
You know, it's kind of a challenge to get through it.
Yeah, it's great for traffic calming, but that's really not why we do it.
It's supposed
Yes. The next slide is, I'm sorry, Brian will be able to read that very much, but I'll be happy to share if anybody's interested. This is just our project list. This is what was budgeted at the beginning of December. As I mentioned, as we go throughout the year, things can come and go on this depending on how our budget and our pricing comes in. But there's a few township cost share projects in there and about 50 miles of chip seal, which is our goal, what we try to meet. And quite a bit of culverts this year, a few intersections up to the north we'd like to get reworked. On the far right side, it's just something we added this year. It's really mostly for us, but an estimate of time. We want to make sure we have enough time and manpower to do the project. So I'm starting to add that in there so we can measure that at the end of the year and see how we do. Most with our chip seal is probably the most time consuming projects we have in the summer. The next slide is just a nod about our fleet and facility. You've probably heard me talk about our fleet asset management plan that we put together a couple of years ago. Last year, we finalized our facilities asset management plan. Top left is it's a single pass roller. So if you've seen us out chip sealing, there's usually two rollers. They go back and forth after the chip spreader goes by. It takes kind of a while. It's maybe a half hour, 45 minutes before they can catch up with everybody else. One of those was well past its life. So we bought one of these, ordered it in January, and it showed up in August on the last day of our chip seal. So we didn't have to use, we get to start the warranty this year. We're excited about it. It'll be one less person. So it's only one person to man it instead of the two, and it'll be able to go in one pass. So it'll be right up, tucked behind the chip spreader. So it's less of an impact to the traffic.
And the counties that use it and have really loved it. And also it seems to keep the stone from rocking back and forth as we're rolling. So it should be a little bit smoother. It's not gonna be as smooth as paving, but we're very excited about that HOM roller that we're gonna use this year. Bottom left, we've talked about that in the past too. We need to buy 2 trucks a year in order to keep up. But with emission standards and things coming in 27, the decision was made to buy 4 per year for 3 years and then turn those off for 3 years. So we'll keep the average age of our life of our trucks, but let somebody else deal with all the trouble that comes with new, equipment and things like that. So also exciting news on the right side there is with that facilities asset management plan, it shed light that one of our biggest problems we have with our facilities is storage. We have a lot of equipment that sits outside all summer. I mean, millions of dollars. So we want to make sure that we keep good care of that. And I believe we'll be going out for bid next week, but the green building is going to be recycled, picked up and put back down in the top corner is kind of an L cold storage building there. And then we were able to purchase 2 different pieces of buildings to tap onto that. And we got like a 20 or 25% discount on them just a few weeks ago. So pretty excited about that. Hopefully that gets done this summer. We're going to be bidding that out, like I mentioned, in a couple of weeks. This is the Sutton's Bay Garage. Excuse me. This is the southeast corner of our Sutton's Bay Garage. There's a boat storage to our east. And we're going to switch the sand pile from being where that building's going to be to interior. I think it'll help keep our sand on our site too, in windy days that we have. So
I was just wondering in that, the one you just showed, there's some red lines and there's green lines. Are all of those new buildings or is it just the red lines?
sorry, the green is, yeah, you're right. This color's a little rough to see printed. The green, which would be the building kind of to the left of the photo, is going to get picked up and moved to the top corner of that L. And then the white roof building is going to go away. So those are pretty rough shape and they're way past their life. So removing those 2 buildings, recycling them, moving the green line to the top corner of that L. And then there'll be 2, I think it's actually purple or red. I'm sorry. Yeah. The red will be 2 buildings that are all going to get mashed together into one big cold storage. So
most of your equipment will go into these or not?
Yeah. This will get everything we have at Sutton's Bay indoors, plus some of our stuff out of Maple City. So the next priority will be to add some cold storage at Maple City, probably the next few years. We'll work on that, but this will get most of our stuff, at least our most expensive equipment, the graders and the trucks. And
one thing I noticed is some people are starting to build on the temporary roads. How do you handle it when they're seasonal roads, if people are starting to build them?
Oh, that's a very good question. We do have a standard, and it depends on what they're building. So there was a commercial, it was a school, I think, 5 years ago. They wanted to build and get a driveway off of a seasonal road. And we have standards that say if you're going to do that, you have to have appropriate width, grading, drainage in order to do that. So there's a fair amount of improvements would be required for something like that, the amount of traffic you're going to bring. But if it's a house, we do typically allow it, but they have to sign affidavits and understand that they're not plowed. And they are actually supposed to get a contractor permit to plow the roads. We understand someone's gonna, so it kind of depends on what it is. If it's a house, we generally will allow it.
Start plowing them when they start building them.
Nope. And those are all in the local road system. So for those to become out of seasonal, it would take a township request. So if the township would like those to not be seasonal for us to start plowing them, they would have to request it to the road commission. And the road commission is going to require that they're built to an actual all-season standard, and probably have to do quite a bit of decision-making before we just start plowing them. There are 2, I believe there's 2 seasonal roads that we do plow now. It is purely out of convenience. So if it's more efficient as our trucks are out and about and running the routes to cut through a seasonal, then they do that. But that's not for any other reason than that. Lawrence Road is one I can think of, and Sharnowski, I think, is another one that it's just because it helps our efficiency for plowing everything else. Yeah. We're almost there, I promise. The next slide actually has nothing to do with 2025, but I couldn't help but not share it. The storm, the March 16th storm, or whatever, that was more than just one day's worth.
The picture on the left is of our shop, and it's kind of hard to see from here, but there's no plowing or anything else there. That's all just snow drifts drifted over our mailbox. I did have to carve out our front door. And, you know, we've mentioned in the past, we have monitoring our trucks now. So, and I was actually on duty that weekend. It did snow Saturday, but I didn't count that in the numbers. This is really just Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And our trucks drove over almost 15,000 miles in those 3 days. And to be honest, they were not going very fast. They weren't making ground. So did some research, and that's actually longer than the longest road you can walk, I think, which is from Cape Town, South Africa to Magadan, Russia. And it's pretty incredible to me, and not because it's me, it's the crews, the drivers that we have. They just absolutely worked their tails off. We had to drag a few of them out of their trucks and make them rest. They didn't want it. They wanted to keep going to help everybody. We had guys spend the night at the shop. I think one of our drivers spent the night in the grocery store parking lot. It just it's incredible to see the dedication of the drivers. I just really want to I don't know, expand on that, because I appreciate it as a resident and as someone who works there. Picture on the right is that was Friday, so it snowed really hard Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, clean up. That was Alpers Road, and the ground goes down off the road to the right, but that's our grader. That's about as high as he could reach, pushing back that hill. I mean, I don't know, I didn't get a stick out, but maybe 10 foot. He's pushing that snowbank back, and that was after 2 or 3 days of melt. So I'm confident to say that we have gotten all the roads opened up. Snow's gone, and now we're clearing puddles. So.
Brandon, would you have any firsthand knowledge about how easy it was to get stuck during that snowstorm?
Oh, you were there last night, weren't you? Yeah, I appreciate that. I was at Leelanau Township last night, and I reminded them that if I was in a plow truck, it probably means it was pretty bad. So I was out plowing Leland, trying to keep the fire station having access, and I got a little ambitious and tried to take on a snowdrift. I got myself stuck. So I had to call the fire department to help pull me out. Fire chief got stuck in his way to help me, and finally someone got there and helped me dig myself out. So yeah, that was pretty incredible.
I want to thank you. I'm out of turn, but what you guys did that week,
I appreciate that.
those days was incredible, because that snow was pretty historic. Well, it used to be this way. It hasn't been for a few years.
Admittedly, I'm a newbie, of course. It's the worst I've seen, which isn't saying a lot, but the people we have a few drivers who have worked there 20, 30 years, and they will say the same. That is about the worst that they've seen. That was pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad to have lived it. I'm glad it's warm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the county road, highway maintenance and repair village regional proposal resolution as recommended, and authorize the placement on the August 4th, 2026 election ballot.
Supported. Discussion.
Question, and I think I know the answer, but Cherry Homes out of Leelanau Township, it's a major expense for homeowners, and many of the Cherry Homes residents come to the township board meetings and call me and say, we need a higher road millage. Tell me why that's not a good idea.
Sure. State law says caps are, we could ask, or we could ask you to ask the public for up to 1 mil. It's been a half a mil since 1986. And if you pulled out the township reports of these that we did a couple years ago, asset management, you'll find that most of the poor roads, the red that need improvements, are local subdivision, dead end streets, not all of them, but the majority of them. So if we raise a maintenance millage at the county level, if you decided to give us $100 million tomorrow, I would certainly say no, but we still would need matching funds from townships for those improvement projects. So Cherry Homes certainly is well past its life. It needs improvements. So it doesn't matter how much millage is gathered at the county level, the township still needs to match. I mean, I say that aside from this new NRF thing, which is a little bit cagey. So if we had a lot of townships or majority of townships asking for matching projects and they had a lot of their own money, I think my opinion would make more sense to maybe ask, maybe the county does vote to share everybody, but that gets distributed amongst everybody. So the townships lose a lot of control on where that money goes. Cleveland Township, they have their own road millage themselves. and they're fixing stuff left and right. So they're taking it in their own hands, and townships have no obligation to fix roads. I don't mean to mince those words, but they have a lot of input in how they create funding for those improvements, which is how the state law is written. So that's why our board and myself recommend keeping it the $500,000. It does give us enough to be able to plow every road. When it snows, we go plow every road every day. Save for Snowmageddon, it took us a few on some of the smaller ones, but yeah. It lets us keep that level, and then we do chip seal a lot with whatever else is used over the winter. So it is absolutely a maintenance millage. It is not an improvement millage. So that's my 2 cents on it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Robbins?
Discussion, but thanks for all the hard work you're doing, but you've done a great job for 3 months, but you gotta remember, you got 2 more months left in this year. You got November, December coming, so.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah.
Cheryl
Are you're, I'm sure, aware of the flooding at the mill in Glen Arbor?
I haven't heard of that one yet. I've got quite a long list of reports I've been reading for the last couple of days, but what's going on at the mill itself?
Well, that culvert is wonderful, but meanwhile, the water's backed up. And what I heard, what they told me is the culverts at the homestead are filled with silt.
Oh, that
Who
actually,
does that?
the homestead itself, that's a private road system within the homestead organization. So that would be,
Yeah,
that
so
would
their
make sense.
restaurant is
Really,
flooded.
that is not good.
It's not good. I bet it's really bad right now.
I'm sure.
Get better.
No, not more rain coming tonight. No.
But
I think you have heard from Dwayne Flask on Veronica Valley and that drainage pipe that comes out and into the ditch.
The culvert under the road
Well, it
itself.
comes from Kids Fishing Pond and goes into the ditch, and apparently it's plugged. And so is that on your list, or could you talk to Dwayne Flask?
I will double check. I'm pretty sure that he has been dealing with Dave on that. I'm almost positive he has, so I don't want to misspeak to it and
Sure,
quote me
I
wrong,
don't want
but
it either. I just.
I'll double check to make
Thank
sure.
you.
Yeah.
I would just like to add something that most people don't realize. So when we renew our license tabs, we do pay a fee, and I think part of it goes. It was
Yes, that is.
relevant to your chart.
Yes.
There is an extra cost for EVs, which most people don't know about. It's a couple $100 a year more if you're driving an EV, and
Not
50
extra.
for a hybrid, 267 extra, actual. I know, but most people don't know we do that.
Yeah, and I don't know all of it. This is just what I'm hearing and reading, but my understanding is it was automatically based on the gas tax. So swapping the sales tax for more gas tax, that actually in itself effectively doubled the EV registration fees, because the registration fees were programmed off of the gas tax, something along those
We've
lines.
always paid more, and yes, it's
Yeah.
jumped this year.
Yep.
All right, any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. I
Thanks
appreciate
a lot.
you coming and appreciate the update, so thanks.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, appreciate it. And reach out if you guys have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks for what you do.
All right, next, we'll do sheriff's office and emergency management, then we'll go for a quick break here, so. Sheriff's office, we got the sheriff here to talk on Cherryland Humane Society Service Contract Extension.
Morning, everybody. Cherryland Humane Societies, they do not want to continue to do contracting. We have the problem dogs, the dogs that bite people, the ones that are less friendly to pet and so forth. So they sort of want to get out of that business. Right now, we're looking at an extension for this year while they decide if Benzie County is going to build a big regional one or Grand Traverse is going to do one in their new complex. So we're sort of in limbo, but the offer's been made to extend it. So look for your support on that to extend it. We gotta have somewhere to put the dogs.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the Sheriff's Office to enter into a contract extension with the Cherryland Humane Society from October 1, 2026 to December 31, 2026, under the conditions of the existing contract while longer-term negotiations continue. The Sheriff and Board Chairman are further authorized to sign the extension agreement as presented.
Second. Board discussion? Not?
Benzie, didn't they already build a new one?
Talk about some regional type, they're building theirs, but is it gonna be regional or not? I don't know. I can't answer that.
So they've already made provisions and they're not.
I don't know what they're doing down there, honestly. Just Cherryland's telling us basically we're getting out of it and we have to have a place to take the dogs. We don't want our own facility up here. It's expensive and a lot of manpower to operate it. Dogs are a problem. Let's face it, they bite people and they people abandon them, they move. More and more people are moving into apartments and dogs get just, dumped off on people. So, and there seems to be a thing with pit bulls too, where everybody seems to really like pit bulls now. And if you take the different dog species, the vast majority of bites are pit bulls and a lot of people have them now. So it's just something we have to deal with. So appreciate your support on it.
Jokingly, we can't put them in a couple jail cells we got empty.
Yeah, here you go. Just on the end, right? Just on the end.
That's what you can do with that extra space.
Yeah. There you go.
Don't we have kennels in Leelanau County that might take them? I mean, there have been some built, but
There's, like down in M72 by Bugai, and there's a few others around. It's a government, it's kind of a government thing, private contracts. So what do they do if they do it this week and not next week? We don't have as much control over it. So I'm just gonna look for this extension, maybe to have I met with some Grand Traverse animal control deputies last week, talk with them about their situation, because they're either gonna build onto their new complex, modify the existing complex, or use benzene, and everybody's kind of up in flux on it. So it's just temporary till we can figure out more stuff.
But in this contract, don't we pay a monthly fee to them?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you did that with a kennel, it wouldn't matter whether they got the dogs or not, they're gonna get some pay out of it every month.
Well, I'm just looking at it from the sense that, they talk about private contracting now for security here and there, and they talk about it for airports and TSA now. And, that's its own specific field. And animal care, Cherryland is struggling right now with that. It's not that they don't have the money. I think they're struggling with whether they want to do if you will, the police contracts, because we have more of the problem dogs. So it's just not as easy of a thing as it appears to be on the surface. We'll hope to just extend it for now. We're hoping they say, yeah, we'll do it again next year, and maybe the next year, because they do a good job for us. They really do. And we have to take these animals. They bite somebody, we have to quarantine them, and they have to get shots, and they're adopt a pet programs they have volunteers. It's a really good program they do. But if we can't do that here, we have one animal control deputy and we don't have facilities for it. It's 24/7 operation. So
I think some of it, to your question, Will, is there's a lot of strings attached on the adoption.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The private people can't do where,
yeah,
adopting dogs out. There's a whole policy on that.
No, it's not easy.
All right, no other discussion. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
One other thing,
Yep.
because we don't get you very often.
Yeah.
I just saw this last week in Enterprise. Is there anything we can do so our kids don't have to travel to Elk Rapids and Traverse City for border safety?
Yeah, we talked about that the last meeting. We're gonna have a June, I've already put on a list for the new commander starts May 18th. And we have as a June project to do that, host it here, probably at the sheriff's office. Unless the response looks like it's gonna be really big, we'll probably do it downstairs here, but probably at the sheriff's office because we have audio visuals. And normally those classes have between 20 and 40 people. Some are adults, but most are kids. Coast Guard in Traverse City, their auxiliary has been doing these classes right along, but it's kind of Traverse concentric. We need it here in this county.
I just like the interaction between
Yeah.
the kids. And
Oh, yeah.
You're working on that.
Future Marine deputies, maybe. Yeah, no, we definitely are gonna do it in June. We'll put out an announcement and that's on our new commander. It's on his agenda list right now. I have laid out for him, so.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, so that's good. And I appreciate all your support and everything. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, next, we got Matt here, the emergency management, to talk about 911 surcharge.
Good morning. Annual renewal of the 911 surcharge, we report to the state. It's due middle of May, so have the recommendation before you to move forward with no change as we have. If there is an interest from the board to make any changes in the future, we'll have to discuss those at future date.
Russell?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve staying status quo for the annual SNC 500 collections and remittance report and have the 911 director digitally complete, sign, and submit the necessary documents online as required.
Support. Supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Appreciate it. It is National Telecommunicators Week this week, so I want to say a special thank you to our dispatchers. We're going to make them breakfast on Friday mornings.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Matt.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go into a little 10-minute break, and then we'll have our new drain commissioner.
No, I'm
Not while I'm around, I'm too old.
Well, then what?
Yeah. There you go.
Yes, we were just talking about. But you won't.
I'll talk about that in 5 minutes.
Then you gotta get. You gotta get.
Yeah. Better become one of these.
And that's your color.
Where is the other Oh, the one downtown. TC. I should look at that. I think my buddy Trent just joined. Yeah. Sounds great.
College president. When she retired, she wanted.
Yes. We got a little bit because you don't want to.
Living in the floor. Yes.
She's a.
Your efficiency is. Cheers.
Sorry. It's called, it's like I had a thought. What, great.
Yeah, we just walking behind, right in the door when you stop. We didn't know how long you were gonna stand there. So,
Well, thank you for waking me up.
I gotta go home. My taxes are going to rise. I just found out.
So wait a minute. I got this.
We think we're moving. Big scheme of things is, we're gonna go
I
slow.
read it and I realized it was not intentional, but I thought this is really great.
You've seen this, right? I want one of those.
How long do you want to wait?
I'm pretty glad to talk to you.
And they did.
No.
We should ask you.
Well, we need to, we are one of 3 counties in the state of Michigan which did not file a report. That's the time of the state. I got a call from Amy, and she wanted to know why we filed a report. Jim about I first, it's not filed. He's having problems lining up the source of the funds with the plaintiff, it's a company that provided it. So it's a mess. It's a real mess. So I'm well, I just talked to Jim last week. Because I think so 4 years ago, he got us away to date files in the state. There is an upcoming seminar on Mac. That's kind of nice.
Last time I saw you was at church. Yeah. I grew up next to I see it, so. I never got that.
Settlement. And I forwarded it. Forwarded it to Jim.
I'm not sure what.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm Chuck Janet.
Mr. Commissioner. Look, go by your own name. Czar too. Is that right? Which is fine, just remember, I'm a +1, okay?
Really, I heard you're one of a kind.
Well.
Yeah. That's what I find more volunteers. I mean, I hear anything. Probably 70%.
Yeah, and you have agreed to run for this position into eternity, actually. As I recall. No, you're well paid. for being an accountant. I think- Yeah, you earned your pay, are you last several days? Yes. Oh, well, you know, I didn't think that was a. Simple yes, and well, you've been really. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And they will be the ones that have been here 45 years. All employees. Now, you guys can like that.
We read it in our packet.
I do.
We just-
I absolutely do. And waited till the next one is done. We got our chief and
Are we gonna talk about it? That's real different. This
what we did to set the standards.
Oh, you're good.
I think that we should have.
They must have called you. I would just double check with them. I thought that. Yeah, go first turn left then.
Make sure it takes you through our get water, especially time.
You ready?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, we'll get it going again. And first on the agenda, we have our new drain commissioner, Mr. Janik. So I'm sure that's a title we've never had before.
That's true. Good afternoon. I told my wife I'll be home around 10:30, 11 o'clock, but I forgot how these meetings.
Mr. Chair, have you noticed since he was appointed, that there's more water puddles over the road?
Well, let me start on that topic in all seriousness, because the last 2 days, just this weekend, been swamped with phone calls. As of this morning, there was 14, and I checked, and I got 4 more today, but obviously people are frustrated with the water situation, and they assume that we as a county can repair their problems. And unfortunately, if you're not in a drain district, and if you're not tied into a road commission culvert, there's really not much we as a county
can do. Most people have been very understanding and very kind. Some have been less than kind about their comments about that, and they're frustrated, and I understand that. But just want people to know, if they're listening, that as a county and as a drain commissioner, we have very little authority unless the property is in a drain district. And I've been talking to Mr. Malone, and a lot of the concerns are about the culverts, so we've been referring calls to him and so forth. But I can see where people are frustrated, but just because there's water standing on your property, it doesn't mean that it's a county drain district responsibility or a county board responsibility. Just want to clear that up. And we'll go forward and do the best we can. But I gave you a memo. I just want to quickly review that with you. I've been drain commissioner for 3 weeks, and most of the time I've just been talking to people, listening. I met with the 2 former drain commissioners. I talked to people in 4 of the drain districts. I watched the meetings from February where there were some concerns about the process. And so I thought I'd just give an update and provide you some goals of what I hope to do between now and November. And I want to make it clear, I'm not running for the position. I'm just here on a temporary basis. Hopefully there'll be some qualified candidates, which I'll talk about the deadline dates coming up, because it's very quickly. But just based on the feedback I'm getting, I think everyone's intentions were good, but there was just a lack of communication, follow-up, and maybe some trust issues in the past. And as a part-time position, and the former drain commissioner had a full-time job, I think he just got overwhelmed by the process. And I know he would come in once a week, check his voice message and emails, but people like to get response quicker than that. So we set up a system where if someone calls the office, leaves a message, it automatically goes to my phone as a text message and as an email. And my goal is to return every call, every email within the same day if possible, or within 24 hours. Now, some need more detailed feedback, but so far I think I kept my promise. I spent most of yesterday and last night returning people's phone calls. So I think that will help build some trust. I have met with some of the critics that have been here in the past, talking about drain districts. I'm going this open-minded. I'm neutral in terms of how to proceed. So I've been studying the laws and how we can go forward. One of the things that I did, and Rob Herman did a great job for me, I asked if he could print out copies of the maps that people can understand where the districts are. So I'll have these available. If people want them, I'll put them on the website too. Because I know some people said they had a frustrating time figuring out where the property lines were for their districts. So thank you, Mr. Herman, for doing this. And we'll post these on the website, and anyone who wants copies can get them. So I just came up with 3 goals between now and November. First one I talked about a little bit. I want to communicate with people and the property owners, township officials, and local authorities to hopefully enhance dialogue and restore trust in the process. So I mentioned all correspondence, emails, and phone calls will be answered promptly. I might not have all the answers, but I'll get back to them and tell them when we will have the answers. I was supposed to spend all day yesterday with Mr. Sensi talking about the process and getting his views on things, but obviously we were a little busy with all the water flowing thing. And we did go check out a few properties yesterday. There's one in Lake Leelanau that the people were very upset with and demanded that we do something, but it's not in a drain district. It's on private property. And so we talk about the process if they wish to create a drain district. So we're trying to get people at least having dialogue with people. Number 2, ensure financial responsibilities in managing these districts. I've asked the staff here to print out budgets for me for the past couple of years to see where we are with the assessments and how we can go forward. And number 3, form partnerships with local property owners to oversee these drain districts. And Mr. Wessler, you brought up a point when Amber was here about building officials, and there was this, some of you remember, like Mr. Bunny, we used to get a lot of complaints. And when Amber got involved, our motto was we want to form a partnership with the builders. And I'm going to use the same model. I want to form a partnership with the townships, with the road commission, with the property owners, how we can go forward. Drain districts are very complicated. There's a legal method in place. And most of the time people don't understand them because there's no reason to. And I remember even here as a board, we didn't understand the process many times because we never had to deal with it. So I think the more we can do is create dialogue, I met with 2 of the drain districts. Well, I met with 4 of the 6 drain district representatives. 2 of them are going to host an open forum at their house that I said I'd come to, open-minded, and they're going to invite whoever wants to come and just continue with the dialogue, that we can keep the process going and see, and they may have some legitimate concerns. So I told them I'm open-minded. We're going to host one in, I think it's in Elmwood Township next week. And the one for Schaumburg Road is going to be set up in the next couple of weeks. But we're trying to be as open as possible about the process and be upfront. One of the concerns people had is that they had a difficult time getting information on their projects. And so at least for most of their requests, I told them they don't need to file a FOIA request. Just give us a call. I talked to Mr. Dyer about that he's in agreement whenever we can. If people want information, we'll do our best to provide it to them without charging them or without asking them to file a FOIA. I had one resident very upset, was told they had to pay $190 fee to get FOIA information on property maps. And so we're gonna meet with that family here shortly here. And I pulled the files up and we're gonna give them any maps that they want. We'll glad to make copies for them. So the more open we can be with the process. It's a very complex process. It's difficult to understand. I'm still trying to read the codes and make sense of it. There are some gray areas, but I think we can just go forward, have dialogue, work as a team, and try to resolve some of these issues and have a system in place for when the new drain commissioner comes in November, that he or she can proceed with some of these projects. So that's my goals. On the second page, a couple of you have asked about salaries. So I did a research and I went online, tried to find counties that are between $15,000 and $30,000 in what they pay the drain commissioners. And you can see it varies. Benzie County, $56,000 to as little as Antrim at $500. And then in between, and I won't go over all of them, but you can see between Kalkaska, Clare, Oceana, Benzie, Manistee on what they pay. Antrim, I thought just some background information. Antrim went from 59,154 to 500 because they restructured who was responsible. It's mostly because of the dam responsibilities in Antrim County. The one I thought was most interesting, and the reality is sometimes this job does become political. Grand Traverse County, they went from 61,000 to 15,000 to 21,000 to 45,000 and now at 49.5. So depending who's on the commission, what the politics are and the challenges or viewpoints, that salary has changed. The key point though, and I want to stress this for people out there, the deadline for people to wish to run for the position, if they wish to be on the August primary, either as a Democrat or Republican, is next Tuesday at 4 o'clock. So it's a short timeline. And it's critical that the right person get this job. If people wish to run as an independent, they have to July 16th. But if people are interested in running for drain commissioner and want to be on the ballot as a Republican or Democratic nominee, the deadline is next Tuesday at 4 p.m. So less than a week away. How's that, Mr. Walters? Was I short enough?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
4 or 5 minutes, not 45.
Yeah, you gave me strict orders. Glad I followed that.
Perfect. Commissioner Algar.
First, I want to thank you for continuing to be of service to this county. You didn't have to do this, so thank you. I would ask that, I think this is the perfect opportunity in the next few months for you to be able to assess how many hours this job really takes. And then you can make some recommendations, which is really helpful.
And it does vary depending on the time of year and how many districts there are. For many years, Mr. Christian said there was very little involvement because there were no districts. But I think because of what happened the last couple of days, there may be more interest in people creating districts. So it does vary. It is an elected position, so you can mandate the hours and so forth. But I think the key is just, and I talked yesterday with Mr. Sensi. In my view, the job is 50-50. 50% of it is the technical part. It'd be great to get someone that has some technical background. But 50% of it is just responding to the phone calls and the emails and giving correct information out to people. And just listen to people. So if you know people out there that are interested, please get the word out. But my concern is that we just don't find the right person going forward.
Well, there is there is July for an independent.
Yes,
And
yeah.
actually, I see no purpose for a drain
Yeah.
commissioner.
And I think I mentioned at the end, I found this interesting. I did not know this. Michigan is the only state in the nation that elects drain commissioners. Everyone else has different, most are appointed and have to have qualifications. But Michigan is unique, 1 of 50.
Mr. Wessel? I noted, just in this week's claims and accounts, there was another, I think it was $28,000 to Mr. Sensi. If we had an engineer as a drain commissioner, is there a way that that drain commissioner could be assuming some of that responsibility? We could reduce engineering?
Well, obviously, I'm not an engineer, but simple logic is yes, in theory, because a lot of it's very technical. And if there's the engineer that has the right type of engineering degree and interest, in theory, yes, that could be handled. And there are engineers throughout the state that have this position.
But we can't require that.
No, it's an elected official, so
Urge it.
just like any other office, there's no mandated requirements.
Is it possible for counties to have two different wage levels depending on the qualifications of the drain commissioner?
I don't think so. I believe you have to set the rate before, is it the August? There's a date for any elected official, whether it's the sheriff, clerk, register of deeds, that you have to set the wage. And as you know, it can go up, but can't go down. So I don't think you can have a two-tier system. That's my opinion. Mr. Dyer may have a better idea.
No, I would agree with Mr. Janik on that topic, but if you're going to go on a route like that, you could create a deputy drain commissioner position that required certain qualifications or.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good, point. I meant to bring it up. I did some research. It's not uncommon for counties to have an elected drain commissioner and then appointed assistant who has to have the qualifications that you're looking for to address some of those issues. And that may be a cost-effective way for you to look at that. Because as you know, it's expensive to have a consultant come in that has those technical skills. So if there was someone on staff or in an elected position, in theory, that would pay for themselves, probably many times over.
One more question. Instead of using a private firm like Mr. Sensi, is it possible for us to contract with the road commission to provide the engineering services for the drain commission?
I don't honestly know if they would be willing to take that on if they want to.
It'd be worth a discussion if it's possible.
Yeah.
It would be, it would not be at a, would not be at zero cost.
Yeah, there was one rumor out there I wanted to dispel. And one of the rumors that I heard, and I did research this, that there were no contracts in place for our current consultant. And that's not the case. There are contracts from January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. There's one general services that you as a board approved. And then there's a separate contract for each drain district that the drain commissioner approved. Now there's an opt-out clause in there too. But I just want to state that there is legal contracts in place because that was one of the rumors that kept popping up that there was no contracts in place, but there are.
Mr. Bike and then Mr. Rollins.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when you did these salaries, do you know the number, do you have any idea of the number of drains?
No, I just want to get them out to you, just to give you as a starting point discussion. And it does vary from year to year. I was told that for years, Benzie had 0 drains and they must have had a large increase and raised the salary, and Antrim did the opposite. And Grand Traverse, almost every election cycle changed the salary.
Right, and you can't lower it at that, before that date.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not wise.
Yeah. but you do have the option to review
But
it
has to be-
every 4 years, but you do have the option to go up.
Right.
You know, back to Mr. Wessel's comments and Mr. Dyer, it may be worth looking into, depending who runs, looking at a deputy drain commissioner that would have to meet certain qualifications. And it would not potentially have to be a full-time position with benefits. It could be contracted out, and it may be a more cost-effective wage.
Mr. Robbins?
2 points. This is more directed to the administrator. Working on the spot with his legal, but, you know, by having an in-house engineer, where we stand as far as liability if something goes wrong, I mean, I think we have to look at, I mean, yeah, it'd be the perfect thing to have an engineer, but if something goes wrong,
That's definitely an issue.
yeah. And the other thing I have is, what I've learned over the weekend, or late last week, is on the contracts. That I find interesting is that contract was approved, I think, either late 24. I don't think this board did approve it, but, it's a little, I don't know, a little sketchy, I think, when, that contract was signed on Mr. Onon's last day.
The general services contract did go to the board, was approved in October of 2025, the general service one. There may have been one in 24 also.
Right.
I don't know.
Just, you know,
But the other district ones, and I talked to them about it, there were contracts in place, but they kept having addendums to the contracts. And those were signed Mr. Onon's last week.
So when you read the contract that was signed, I mean, it's not your fault.
Yeah.
It says go to 6A or 6B, and it's not included in that
Yeah.
contract. It's really,
And those did not go to the board
right.
because they're each for each drain district. The one for general services did go to the board and was approved in October of
This is
2025.
the contract that was signed with Cincy's for,
Yeah, they all were,
yes.
yeah. The general one was approved by the board. The 4 other ones that I could find
You know,
were signed by a drain commissioner on March
I mean, it doesn't
18th or
look like it
20th.
was 14 months, and it should have been a contract signed. They wait 14 months to sign it.
Mr. Campbell?
Well, it was no surprise to me that just a few weeks into your new position that you had managed to organize 2 events at which there would be free food. So that was, I give you credit.
Free food, okay, okay. They did all have free food at these meetings, yes.
Yes, they do, at your open house.
Yeah.
But my question is, and I had brought this up before, how do we, if indeed we are, how do we convey to the public that we're flexible enough as a board to recognize that the current pay scale compared to the responsibilities don't add up? I mean, how I myself, and I can only speak for myself, I would be flexible for increasing that pay scale, depending upon the circumstances of the person who ends up as your commissioner. Now, I know that's, you know, we're supposed to set it, and normally someone would run for it and get it, and that works. It worked prior to the election, but I don't think it worked prior to Mr. Onon's resignation. And I think that we have not kept up. We set a pay scale and an expectation based on 2 drainage districts. Now we have 6. And to me, I think we have to be flexible to possible candidates who have to make that decision within the next week before we meet again, to let them know we'll work with you for success. And we understand that there were reasons, there were structural reasons why there was not success in the past.
Well, for many years, the pay scale was $12,000 to $14,000 per year. I can't remember which one, when Mr. Christensen was it. But you're right, there was few districts. At some points, there weren't any, but that annual scale was, I think 12, may have gone to 14, and it was raised, I believe, in 2024 to the current amount.
That's when we had 2 districts.
Yeah.
So anyways, I think we need to be flexible to assure success for whoever might run and be elected.
Commissioner Robbins?
I feel we need to look at the broader picture here. I agree that maybe, there should be a pay raise, but in 24, we did give, not Steve, because he didn't receive, but Tim
Yeah.
Bonan received it, almost a 45% pay raise going when he took that position. But if you remember, just a few months ago, probably less than that, I brought up that to start looking at these salaries for our elected people, and I kind of got shot down. And I think we need to look at the whole picture here, and not just the drain commissioner, but look at the whole picture for everybody and do it at once. We're going into budget in a few months. Maybe that's a time to, we gotta get, before that, we can get serious and talk about it, but at budget, we really gotta tackle this issue and come up with a solution for all our elected officials, not just one.
It's unique because this elected official is on an odd year or a mid-term election, because all the other elected officials go through 2028, and whoever serves this position will serve the end of the 2-year term. So it's always a 2-year position. So it does kind of create a unique situation because the other elected officials all serve through the end of 2028.
Well, I like Commissioner Campbell's recommendation that we stay flexible, although we run the risk then of being accused of setting salary based upon who might win the election, and that may be problematic.
Well, it's weird. I agree with you that, but clerk, what the responsibilities are. For the drain commissioner, a lot of that is farmed out. To what extent? It's up to the drain commissioner, not us.
Well, I certainly would be in favor of looking at when we get the budget to increasing the salary. I think it needs to be looked at as far as a deputy as well too. Do we hire somebody in that sense too? But I don't know. I think it's definitely something that this board has to have a serious discussion about, because based on just the responsibilities that have fallen on the drain commissioner, the past couple of years, it's substantially more than it used to be. So I don't think the salary matches that. So
one thing I want to state, if people are listening, the job does have full health care benefits and retirement system with it. Yeah, so that does, I think, create some potential incentives for individuals.
And a nice pickup truck.
And a nice, the Rick Robbins pickup truck. That plaque was ordered last week, Rick, with your name on it, so I'll have it installed. I don't have your photo on it though, so I apologize.
all right, any other questions, comments for Mr. Janik?
Mr. Jack, what would be, how would you envision this position as benefiting Leelanau County in the future as far as what would be best for Leelanau County as far as the number of hours in a position? Are we better off farming now,
Well,
or what's your
it's
thought?
an elected official, so you can't set the hours. The
Right.
challenge is, as you know, the county is growing. More homes have been built over the years, which has created some drain issues. I looked at 2 of them yesterday. And, I'm not blaming them, but they were built close to a swamp, and with the heavy rain, there's lots of water. And these people naively assume it's the county's responsibility to take care of their water problem. And they're frustrated when they find out that it's not our responsibility. And there's one that for years, the neighbors have talked about creating a drain district, but they couldn't agree on it. And so now they're frustrated that how come we as the county haven't done anything? But the process has to start by the property owners. It can't be mandated by the board or the drain commissioner. It has to be by the property owners. They have to start a petition drive with so many signatures and so forth. So part of it, I think, is just an educational process for people on how the process works, what are the legal aspects. And if you want to start a drain district, how do you do it? But I think unless you get someone with strong technical skill you probably, as a board, should look at some type of deputy position or some position where you control the qualifications. And there may be people locally that may want that job. And you could do it as an employer, you could do it on a contracted basis. And I'm sure you can take care of the legal liability issues, just like all the county contracts, there's a clause in there about what type of liability they need to have and so forth. So it's worth looking at.
Searching, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, finish your comments.
Well, I just wondered, is there any consideration for going for RFPs for engineers?
Well, I mean, I'm too new, but there are legal contracts in place through 2027.
Oh.
But there is an opt-out clause,
Okay.
but I just haven't had it. I can't comment at this point.
I'm sorry.
I've forgotten, how many signatures do you need?
I don't want to give you a wrong answer. I can get back with you. I think it's do you know, Mr. Dyer? Is it depending on how large the district is? Also, I think.
Michelle knows.
Run for office or for a drainage district?
For
Run
drainage
for
district.
office.
Run for office.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was asking for drainage district.
Oh.
That would strictly rely on the property owners, so it would depend on how many properties.
Yeah, it's very.
Depends on number of property
Yeah.
owners, and again, we can have one person petitioning if they own all the property. in the
Yeah.
area. So it varies.
But to get your name on the ballot, you have two options, and the clerk is here. One is file a petition with how many signatures?
I think it's about 20, or
Oh.
file $100.
Or pay $100 fee.
Get $100 back.
All right, any other questions, comments? No, I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for being available, yeah. That will move on to which is the clerk, which is the staff overlap. Clerk's here.
We're back. Last month, this was passed 760, and now we're back because it was removed. I don't know at the request of Commissioner Robbins or Commissioner Yoder, but anyway. You will see it's still the same request. I gave you additional information that you wanted for this particular request, and you will see on the back page that the clerk's budget, because I told you that one individual will be going on an FMLA leave, which will result in a difference of a negative 10,027 that approximately won't be spent because of the allowance of up to 12 weeks, and only about 4 weeks have pay. There might be pay and a little intermittent, but we have short-term disability here. Currently budgeted for the elections at 32 hours a week. You can see the difference between the 32 to the 40. And the difference results in $620 there, which still puts us more than budget neutral, that it is still about a $9,000 savings. And I think that's what you were looking for. I think I just said budget neutral the way the others had, but you wanted to see actual figures. So that's what is attached here. And the situation still exists. I still have the employee going on FML leave, and I'm anticipating a departure from the office, and this will give us the appropriate overlap. Either way, this position here is still only budgeted till the end of the year. It's not a way to add additional staff. It's simply an overlap. And hopefully, if I can even fill it, if I can fill it, hopefully that will transition nicely into the vacancy I'm anticipating.
Mr. Bunny?
Yeah, I move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners allow the staff with the staffing overlap training as requested by the county clerk.
Support. Supportive discussion? Discussion, all right. Mr. Wessel?
I support it, but I think we must at budget time look at all of our departmental expenses. We were given from the state treasurer the per resident cost for each of our major functions, and we have some departments that are way overstaffed according to those. I'm not saying the clerk's office is, but I think for budget process, we have to make sure that elected officials and department heads know that it's not status quo. But we're going to look at the needs of each department, and some may get more staff and some may get less. I don't believe that we reduced very many positions from the clerk's office when we transferred HR and accounting out of the clerk's office and put it in a separate department. I may be wrong,
You
and
are.
I don't want to talk about, but I think at budget time, not just the clerk's office, but each of the departments in the county, I think, have to look at that. And that would be my suggestion.
I would like to respond to this because these attacks are becoming personal on me. We did discuss that sheet that you just showed. I remember that from last year's budget. It does not compare apples to apples between departments, and you did take 2 full-time staff out of the office that were doing supplemental clerk work and transferred them to down the hall. We had a very well-oiled machine working that was efficient, and they had time on their hands to help me pick up clerk work that was never picked up by additional staff. They were already pushing the envelope, but I'm aware of that because you did bring that up at budget last year. Because one of the main things on that report that we covered in length, and that's why I didn't bring it today, I know Commissioner Robbins did ask about how much it costs to train election workers. When we went over that, those numbers that were, whoever gave that to you was not comparing clerks that were running early voting versus clerks that weren't running early voting. And that's why our numbers, I don't know if you recall that, were higher. And when you take out the early voting, it put it down to like $2 or $3. It's on the tape. I can go back and look at and get those figures for it if you want. But I want to be very clear, when you took that from my office, you did take 2 staff. My staff was reduced.
Mr. Chair, when a commissioner says at budget time, we're going to look at staffing requirements of each office, that's not a personal attack. That's a fiscal responsibility of a county commissioner.
Discussion, Robert?
I'm going to support this because it is the budget, but I'm the issue Wessel, not just your department, but the sheriff, everybody. We got to start looking. I mean, I'm in other clerk's office similar to Leelanau County. I'm in there every day and I talk to the clerks, I talk to their staff, and I'm a little concerned because I've looked at your numbers and I look at the other counties and they're running the clerk's office on 3 to 4 people.
Are they running a clerk's office? I'm not arguing with you. Depends what county you're going to, and are they running a clerk staff and are they running a court staff?
Both.
I would need to know what counties those are because I meet with these people all the time and I am.
Kilcask and Benzie for starters.
Benzie, I can call them and ask
Them.
because I've been compared to Grand Traverse.
Yeah. You know, I see the foot traffic in and out of here for all our offices. It's like, I've ever seen anybody walking down the hallways. It's either someone employee going to the restroom or shuffling papers. I mean, we don't have foot traffic in here.
And you need to come back then when they're lined up outside our office sitting in the hall.
Sometimes there is, but
Yes.
not, you know, we don't have the volume up here that we want to make our residents believe that we have here. I mean, this.
Well, that's
good. This whole building, not just you, but every department we have here, we need to start looking at budget and I think we can make some cuts and make these people happy out here.
Yeah, I think if some other things would make people happy out there, but I'm not here to argue that today, but we can keep track of office flow and workflow. But the thought that you have to fund us to a serviceable level, there is no doubt, but you have clearly taken 2 people from us already. And to think you're going to take another as we're going in, which you freely can do, you must fund us to a serviceable level, but we are upgrading technology all the time, contrary to comments that are being made. We're going into a new court system, which is huge, the jury commission, and you do need to make sure you're comparing apples to apples, but I will check with Kalkaska and Benzie because I was just with them recently.
I would just like to comment on your statement that you get attacked. You know what, you run a terrific clerk's office.
Thank you.
And you do a good job.
Thank you.
And I think we've always maintained.
Any other discussion?
Not all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next up, we have IT. We got Leanna here. First on the agenda, we got purchase of sonic pool firewalls.
Hello. So yeah, I'm requesting approval to purchase 2 firewalls to replace our existing. They are end of life this month, so it is time.
Mr. Money?
Yeah, I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of new sonic wall firewalls from Dell in the amount of $7,583.84. With the funds to come from the data processing fund 636.
Can I mention that that is the outdated quote? Did you guys not get the handout for the new one? The price is actually $8,038.87.
No.
Cost went up.
Modify your motion.
I recommend that.
Mr. West, are you good with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Another discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. Next up, we have MMA, RMA rep.
We're requesting approval to submit a grant application to MMRMA to hopefully offset some of the costs. The firewalls included, along with some network attached storage that I recently purchased.
Money?
I move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners to approve the request to submit an RFP grant request to MMRMA to offset costs for the backup storage firewall project.
Support.
Board discussion?
I noticed in there that this was supported by the safety committee, and you had all these, and I'm gonna try and catch you off guard, it really just a question. I know we had a safety committee, I guess, and it was not marked as CIP as on our CIP list. Is this on our CIP list? No, okay, that's fine.
No, this is a recent development that I worked with our vendor, Carhoop Cyber.
Is our safety committee?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
Chaired by the judge.
Yeah.
And required by law, I think.
Oh, that's
Chaired by the judge and the chair of the board and
Oh,
director of maintenance.
Orderly,
I just never heard of it, so.
Where is that? Is it in here?
There's a spot there where you could, I write down,
Oh. in the
page
grant
2 of
application.
10, I guess. It's
No,
on there.
no, it's not asking if this was considered by the safety committee. It's asking whether you have a committee in place.
Oh,
That's one of the requirements of the RAP grant program, to ask, do you have those things in place? We probably should check capital improvement plans. We do have one in place. It's not as formally constituted as I would like. We do have a capital improvement program in place.
I'll edit that.
Didn't I know where it was?
Money?
Yeah, when I was chair, actually, Gronkowski would call it on a quarterly basis. And then would meet, and discuss, what was the AI units that are out in the hallways and different things were brought in because of that safety. So, and then it was discussed about an active shooter, and how we would handle it, different things like that. So I don't know that it, since then, but I know the judge is the one that is the chair of it and usually calls those meetings.
Actually, Judge Pachorka, I believe, continues that.
We have a meeting quarterly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Not? Oh,
Is there a second?
there was a second by Commissioner Helger, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask our IT director a question? This morning I got a email from Leelanau IT support saying I had exceeded my threshold of internet usage by 87%. Would I click on the following? Should I click on it?
Please don't.
Yeah.
That's one of our fishing tests.
Okay, thank you.
I got that one myself, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we got, next up, we have facilities, legal dam inspection report, and we got Pat here.
Morning, everyone.
Afternoon.
It's afternoon. Stand corrected. Just as a quick brief here, I, probably not more than 15, 20 minutes ago, got a report from Dwayne that there's a washout on the access road to the Long Pond, Veronica Valley Park. So I was very much encouraged to hear some of these discussions about the drain commissioner. As you guys know, the drain commissioner actually owns the dam. Happy to give the report, you know, which is my best swing at it. Not a structural engineer, but I have a brain and I can figure some things out. And this came out of, we did have Spicer interpret a measure of their report during the dam authority meeting. And I just created some notes on that. And so I'm going to give you those notes and then I'm happy to answer any questions that I can. So the important thing to keep in the back of your mind is overall the condition is satisfactory. There's no immediate deficiencies with the dam. It's fully stable and fully operational. And the repairs that we're going to talk about next, they're necessary but not urgent. In the report, they recommended that we completed these by 2029. And also keep in the back of your mind that the next mandatory inspection will be in 2028. So I gave a handout. I don't know if y'all got a copy of this, so you could kind of visualize some of the items that we're talking about. And so when it talks about the left downstream abutment foundation, it's actually on the second page. So off to the right in the small picture, that kind of shows you in the right of that picture at the corner there where it meets you see the vertical section meets the horizontal. What's going on there, they call spalling and deterioration. Spalling, for those that aren't initiated, is just the erosion and flaking off of concrete. And at that section there, it's done that so much that we have some structural rebar showing. So that's obviously a serious concern. Moving on to the second one that's Spicer rated as medium. That's a new 1/2 inch full perimeter crack. And that's actually on your front page. If you look on the picture on the left, that wall facing upstream, that is the abutment wall. This picture was taken underwater. So if you can envision, that wall extends below the spillway and the diver actually swam under the spillway. And that's where that photograph is taken. So that's where that perimeter crack is located.
Does everybody have a copy of what he's referring to? Because I don't have that copy.
No, I was looking for it to be incorporated.
My apologies, I thought that was included.
It's not for the packet, so.
Is this the one you're looking at?
Yes.
I saw him yesterday.
Do you want to take a break and we can get copies?
I can knock those out really quick.
Well, yeah,
Yes,
let's just let him explain.
Go ahead, yeah.
I can get you the copies
As long as
after.
we get copies afterwards.
Sure. Okay, well then my explanation won't be as detailed there, but that's just that is the newest item that wasn't seen on the, I believe it was a 2022 inspection or 2023. No, 2022. Then the other ones are considered minor. And one of the things the administrator brought up is trying to figure out how, based on the recommendations, and again, this is just me interpreting the Spicer report, how to spread that out over the years, because I know you guys have to manage the cost for all these things. And I will preempt that with at the dam authority meeting, we had Mike Size, who is the Eagle head of the dam department there. And there are some grant potentials. There's a dam risk reduction grant program that provides reimbursement, and that kicks off accepting intentions to apply for that in the right around November is when we'd start prepping that. And it begins with just a letter from either the administrator or probably the chair of the board through the administrator. You guys have to sort out what the proper way to do that would be, but it can provide up to 90% of the cost. So I would definitely recommend us going full bore at that and seeing how much we get offset. But basically what I would put forth, and again, this is all gonna have to be tempered by your judgment and decision-making, is to come up with a plan for engineering. And that's what I would do, is I would come up with an RFP for engineering services and then break it down by year. The most important thing would be to monitor the new crack, because we don't know what that's doing. So anywhere we have these cracks is installing crack gauges so we can see, are they static or are they developing to further degradation? My rough estimates at that looks that it's going to be costing somewhere between $145,000 to $220,000 for engineering services. Again, some grant money may be applied to that, but we don't know how much we would get approved for. That would be the first step, is getting those engineering services to come up with solutions for how to attack this. The rest of this stuff is how it's broken down based on triage. So in 2026, what I set forth as a schedule is RFP, an award for a monitoring plan, and primary failure modes analysis, which is looking at the dam at the ways it's likely to break. And then installing crack gauges and sensors. In 2027, we'd look at stability analysis, permitting detailed designs and bids for the Pier 1 crack repair, probably involves some epoxy patching and ongoing monitoring. In 2028, we would look at the fixing or the solution to the sidewalls, abutment, foundation, and spillway apron cutoff wall repairs. And again, you're looking at $250,000 all the way upwards to $700,000. And finally, in 2029, you're looking at final as-built and a validation dive, punch list, sensor maintenance, and that's in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $150,000. Again, all that may be offset by grants. So if you total that up, as I've explained it, your gross cost is going to be in the neighborhood of $500,000 to $1.5 million over the course of the next 4 years. With the offset grants, if we get anywhere from 75 to 90% funded by the Eagle grant, you're looking at $50,000 upwards to $300,000. And the reason this plan is optimal or set up this way, it follows the Spicer's report in 2025 and its recommendations that they set forth in section 6.3 of that report. And the engineering is going to have to provide the leads for the construction quality and Eagle permitting. I'm just going through my notes, apologies here. And I think the other optimal plan is, of course, maximize the Eagle Dam grant program. But that's kind of it in a short and sweet. So I'll do my best to answer any questions you have.
It is, in the version that we received, it's overwhelming. I mean, those types of numbers. On the Dam Authority, we received a report from put together by Pat and Tim, and it does show the gross cost for all of this, and it's well done as far as incrementally outlining expenditures from 26 through 29. It shows the gross cost of $500,000 to $1.5 million. Crazy, just crazy. And that's why when I was talking to Jim about it, we're going to have to institute the district, and because I think it was 50-50 last time. Then on this report, because I think this is an honest report as far as how much we can get in state grants, it says grant potential 75 to 90%. That brings our cost down through 29 to $50,000 to $300,000. So myself, rather than have a heart attack and look at the first version, I think we have to keep in mind the net total. No guarantee. We got an election, we got a new administration, we got a lot of things going on here. But it almost, you feel like crying wolf at the high amount, and at the low amount, it's like, okay, we can do this if we plan. I just wanted to get both scenarios out there.
And also, I just want to say that I was really happy to hear about the idea of you hiring some engineers and a new drain commissioner, because he does own it. This is his baby. I'm happy to help out where I can, but do not like being the bearer of bad news.
How much do the residents of those lakes and Leland residents pay this? Is there any special assessment for the residents around?
There is a lake level assessment district. Yes,
So they contribute to these.
but we have not used that district for maintenance that I'm aware of. Certainly, we haven't used that the last year that I, maybe some historical information that I'm not aware of, but that's generally the case.
But we could,
Yes,
there could be an assessment.
it could be.
I mean, lots of us live on lakes and have issues with water level. Be nice. I mean, we're raising and lowering their water level so they can get their boats in and out.
But we're actually required to maintain it to a specific level that was determined by a circuit court judgment entered. I don't even remember when that was, but it's been a considerable period of time. And as I understand from other commissioners, that those costs of actually upgrading or major repairs have been borne to some extent by the assessment district. That's really what I was hoping to do with this report, was to alert you to something that's been, we have to test this dam every 3 years. It's considered a high level, the highest level of testing requirement in the state, because the failure of that dam would be catastrophic to the lake level of Lake Leelanau. And because it certainly impacts the property values of the surrounding lake or surrounding lakefront owners, but it also impacts the recreational opportunities of all county residents and many people from outside of the county as well. So there could be an in-gross assessment that could be borne, or a portion of that assessment that could be borne by the general fund. So these are the things we're hoping to do, is to get this in front of you so you become aware of it. And I would anticipate it being an item for the capital improvement program budget for the 2027 budget. I'm not sure that we're in a position right now to make a decision on what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, and how we're going to pay for it. But you're going to need to make those decisions in the very near future, more than likely as part of the 2027 budget. That was the message that I was hoping you get with this report today.
And maybe some encouraging numbers to support what Commissioner Campo was saying. I have a list here of some of the grants that were awarded in 24 and 25. Lake Shamrock Dam in Clare received a $600,000 design grant. Trowbridge Dam had stability analysis, riprap void repairs, concrete spillway focus. It received a $300,000 grant, including engineering stability. Bel Air Dam in Antrim County, condition assessment investigation and design for repairs. Concrete dams received $450,000 grant for assessment and design. So I think that's encouraging.
Commissioner Money?
Yeah, I believe that it's always, you know, there, when they built the dam, it was set up to, the lake owners paid 50% and the county paid 50%, if I remember right. But since then, the county has taken the repairs and all that, and taken it out of the general fund. And I know the Glen Lake Association has complained about that because they're paying for their own and then they're paying for Lake Leelanau as well. So they feel like they're not being treated fairly. But I in my report here, I have mobilization, dewatering, cofferdams, $720,000.
Yeah, that would be the mobilizing for the major repairs that just recently I spoke about. That's
Yeah.
the figure looking in 2028 for the big rollout for that.
Right, but then concrete bays, 1.8 million, hydraulic actuator, 150,000, adjustable meter, 160,000, engineering contingency and administration, 850,000. They're talking 4.6 million.
I don't know which document you're looking at, Commissioner.
Well, I mean, that was in my report here, on page 68, so I don't know.
That was the packet we received. That's why I wanted to provide the numbers from that previous report. I don't know, what we have does not take into account receiving any grants. And that's where I said it will make you inhale quickly.
Page 68.
Right.
One of the things you do in a dam evaluation study is determine what would it cost to replace the dam itself. We're not talking about anything like that. What we're talking about is,
okay, so this would be complete replacement.
This would be complete replacement.
Okay.
So we're not,
I
that's,
get that.
but it's part of the report, so you have an idea of what the, you know, this is literally the worst case scenario, that the dam itself fails. We're nowhere near that, but we would be talking about a $4.6 million cost if that were to occur. You know, they did have that. I was just literally 2 weeks ago up in Leelanau County where the Sanford Dam failed. And there's a huge mobilization right now to fix that, to completely replace that dam. And that was a private ownership dam, not a public ownership dam. And it failed and literally drained Sanford Lake to the bottom. There was no more water in it at all. So
I guess what I had, my daughter just drove up here yesterday and reported there is some water in that way. From the river.
There is now. There is now. Yes.
It'll go away, but just so you know, there's some water right now.
Redundant.
Well, I was just thinking that, you know, I'd like to make a motion to recommend that we apply for dam restoration grants.
Could I just offer something? I think what you were looking for.
First, we need a support because there's a motion on the table.
Support, now we can discuss.
Okay, and I think that you will agree, Patrick, that the biggest thing that's come before that new development that we don't have a handle on is this crack.
Yeah, the perimeter
And
crack.
the problem with the crack is it showed up and we don't know if it's growing, if it's stable. So I think the first step that we were looking at as a dam authority was to get sensors on the crack so that we can actually get a handle on what's needed in the future. And correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's absolutely correct. And from my understanding of the process, what we would want to do is to get engineering services for that precise thing. And then once we have, I think even if we have the RFP, you have to have that in place before you can apply for the grant. So we plan on doing that. And then they say, oh, you know, we'll give you this much money towards your plan.
Usually you have to do the work first before you get the grant.
It depends.
Yeah, it depends, but it's often. Yeah, we're paying. But don't they have a budget? The dam authority has a budget.
They do have a budget for dam repairs. I'm not up to speed with what that is. I know under.
It's 25,000 that we put in there this year.
Is it?
At least that amount.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what we put in. You know, and it's been more when they knew there was other things coming up.
Yes.
You know, because I know 1 year it was at least 50,000. So I think you should look into that, and maybe we have the money that we can do it, you know, but good to get those in, we need that.
Yeah, and again, to clarify my role, that the dam belongs to the drain commissioner, so I'm support staff for him. You know, and I met him once before in passing, and I just spoke with him again out in the lobby recently and said, I'm here to support you, but you know, those kind of, that's why he's an elected official, you know, he'll help make those determinations.
I just need to put in, I support your comment about other lake owners wondering why those lake owners don't have to contribute anything. I echo that as a lake owner, and I think that wouldn't be untoward to do an assessment if we have a major expense.
Mr. Robbins?
Sometimes what we forget, we're talking about the lake owners and everything, but Lake Leelanau or Carp River, whatever you want to call it, is a big asset to this county. Because there's more than just lake owners about. If you look at how Lake Leelanau is in the surrounding townships, we'd have a whole lot of more drain districts, because even in my area, people that live 2 miles from the lake, those streams all feed into that lake. So we all benefit from it, just not the lake owners. So we got to remember that it's the way Leelanau County is, all the feeder streams.
You always get rains there.
Yep.
But assessment districts are that because they are the greatest. True. Greatest benefactors of that. Their property values are high because of that. So, you know, their equity is totally driven by that. So they have to bear some responsibility for that too. It's you know, it's a double-edged sword. You know, because it's pretty hard to get somebody who lives on Pine View Road that's 9 miles away that doesn't see the value of that. So, I mean, you know, it's a fair assessment we need to look at. Be
All right.
realistic.
We have a motion on the floor. My only question is that was not on our agenda to make a motion. Is that something we need to rescind? Because I know we had to do that in the past. So.
Well, dam inspection report, that's part of that.
There's no objection to it. I'm good with it. I got raised on.
Could you read it again, please?
Motion by Bunny to apply for a grant.
I would have no problem having the authority to apply for a grant, just so long as you are aware, there's a lot of steps we have to take before doing so. And again, I reiterate, I think you really need to consider this project as a capital improvement issue. And as part of your 2027 budget.
Well, that's what I have no problem going for a grant, but I do think prior to us going through the process of how we want to deal with this needs to be part of the CIP and part of our budget process before we move too far. But I have no problem pursuing the grant to.
Yeah, this does kind of get into the item regarding the modification of the grant program or the grant policy. Again, having an early authorization to pursue something like this is certainly welcome from the administration. Just as I said, as long as you understand, we're not going to apply for this grant tomorrow. It's going to be something well into the future that we'll be seeking that application, and we welcome the authority to do so.
You could add something.
Well, the idea is that we start moving towards that,
Yes,
that we know that we want to do it. I would hope this board would support it, that we don't want to do it because we know there's a lot of work to do. And when it gets to that point, to know that we're going to support applying for the grant. And encourage them to move forward to get the repairs before they get worse.
If you want, and at the administrator's direction, I can basically take this information, and even though we've submitted CIPs, I'll draft a CIP that I can work with the drain commissioner or the administrator, or however you'd like me to do it, but I can take a pass at it and we can develop it.
Anyway, I just thought, that's why I thought we moved. toward it.
Might I suggest that we be a little more specific? There's about 10 different grants in there. But in particular, the priority is to get these sensors in. And there is a grant that would allow for the engineering for the sensors. And that's the first step to the process. So I would suggest taking a short step for a couple reasons. One, you got to take a step to know what direction you're going in. And the other is that when we have the dam inspector for the state here addressing the drain commission, he understands the odds of this dam failing are, I can't, I'm not a mathematician, 1 times 10 to the -4th power. So I mean, that's someplace out there. But what the state of Michigan wants to see is that we are evaluating the problem and that we're coming, that we're making progress. That particular grant would show the state that indeed we see a concern and we want to know what this crack is doing. That's the #1 issue. So anyways.
All right.
Commissioner Bunnick did correct me. I'm supposed to, it's apply for a dam restoration grant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No
That's the
pun-
motion.
No pun intended there.
I'm a little
I
concerned.
mean, I did hear the governor speaking about the grants that they're giving out. They were talking about the Saginaw Dam, which was being overrun. It was like 6 inches from the top. And they were very concerned about it. And she talked about the amount of money that was set aside for dams after the trouble they had a few years ago. So that's why I know that the money's there. They do want to help. I think that we need to be aggressive in going for it.
All right.
Can I say one more thing, Mr. Chair? We could do a 2-prong approach just from what I've heard. So, I mean, we could do an RFP for specifically engineering of the crack monitoring. I don't know if that's gonna be any cheaper though. You know, and then I'll continue to write the CIP. It's just a suggestion.
All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
It's not specific.
Motion carried 5-2.
Well, when they come back with what's available and we can tune it. Moving things forward.
All right. You want to say something?
Well, I would say right now, if you watch the news, I'd say the next week or so, there may not be any grant money between Bel Air and Oscoda, and there are all these dams going up, so we better get going.
All right, next item is wastewater treatment. This is, we're proposing to accept the an offer to the engineer. This is something that you already approved as part of your CIP approval in the last budget. And I think Pat did a good explanation of why Michigan would be the engineering firm to do that work for us.
I move that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners waive bid policy requirements and accept the proposal of Machine Engineering, Inc. for the Leelanau Government Center wastewater systems study 2026 for an amount not to exceed $24,700.
Supported discussion.
Just one question. Why was it budgeted at 19,700? Was that, did they make an offer?
Yeah, they made an offer to us in right around November, December of 24.
24.
Yeah, and then when we reapproached them again with the number, it had gone up.
Yeah, we did, the amount that was approved in the budget for 2026 did not segregate between the engineering and the construction. So that there was not a budgeted amount for this. Not sure why that's in PDS.
Any discussion?
So is this, there is not a budgeted amount in our
No,
budget?
there is,
Okay.
there is money in the budget to do this task.
Just wasn't separated out.
Right.
Okay.
Any discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carries 7-0.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, next up, we have Parks and Rec, with the HRP Miles Kimberly Park work.
I forgot how long your meetings are. Before you have two things. Well, first, I want to thank Lauren for how ably she handled these meetings the last 2 months when I wasn't able to be here, when there were Parks and Rec items on the agenda. So I want to thank her for doing that. The first item that you have on your agenda is to approve the issuance of an RFP for the Miles Kimberly Park Courts conversion. Currently, we have 2 tennis courts that are in need of resurfacing. It is budgeted. There is a CIP that's in the process, or in the CIP process for this. Patrick prepared an estimate, so not to exceed $15,000. Essentially, it is to resurface the existing tennis courts and convert one of those tennis courts into 2 pickleball courts, which requires some fencing between the courts and some net systems to be able to install or remove the nets for the courts. So we're asking you to go ahead and authorize us to issue an RFP for that work.
It is recommended that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the issuance of a request for proposals for the Miles Kimberly Park Court Conversion Project as described, authorizing the facilities director to solicit bids from qualified contractors.
Order, discussion?
You know what, the pictures just show drawing lines on existing tennis courts. You're gonna actually totally change one.
Well, yeah, well, it's a matter of, once it's resurfaced, you can draw any lines you want. So we're actually just going to draw the lines required for 2 pickleball courts.
Any other
Makes
discussion?
sense.
Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carries 7-0.
And the second item on your agenda actually is an item that Parks and Rec had in December. We had discussions with the coach for the cross-country track team at St. Mary's. They hold an annual race using Veronica Valley Park each October. And we want to kind of formalize that and have that park recognized as their home course, which would just, essentially the cost is to install a sign that recognizes St. Mary's, that this being the home course for St. Mary's track team or cross-country team.
Money?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners allow the installation of a sign at Veronica Valley County Park indicating it is the home course for the Leelanau St. Mary Cross Country team.
Support.
Order, discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Okay, thank you.
Carries 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to administration. First item, number 8, NACO Leadership Academy.
Yes, the National Association of Counties does a professional development academy that's online. A 12-week program for what they call the High Performance Leadership Academy. And normally it's a $2,000 enrollment fee for any participant. However, if you enroll 5 in a cohort to go through it together, they give you a 50% discount, so it'd be a total cost of $5,000. It's just a dollar or so above my authority to expend funds of this nature. We're asking that we have 5 employees: myself, Lauren Cipher, Jennifer Kane, Joe Risbridger, and Leanna Wilson, the executive assistant administrator, human resources manager, finance director, and IT director attend this course.
I move to recommend the County Board of Commissioners approve the National Association of Counties Professional Development Academy 10-week leadership course for employees Cypher, Dyer, Kane, Rassenberger, and Wilson in the amount of $5,000 with the funds to come from the Education Fund 1001101-960.000.
Support.
Supported, discussion?
Yeah, just wondering if were elected officials contacted, and if so, did they have people who were interested?
I didn't contact elected officials. I know, I actually did, this is something I did looking into back in early January, and there have been others that have taken this course. At least that's what I was told. No, I didn't.
Well, my question would be, I think we would have time to still sign up other people here in this building if they wanted to, who might be in the treasurer's office or the register of deeds office. I would ask that you would ask those folks, and then there'd still be time, I think, to come back. And
I was asking for those to report directly to me. That was the purpose of this request. And I would have no qualms with anyone else, any other elected official proposing someone to participate as well.
Okay, that was my question. So if we get more next month, then we'll consider them. Does that work for you guys?
I wanted approval for these 5 specifically.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Money?
Yeah, I was wondering how much do we have in the education budget?
Currently, there's $5,000.
That's it?
That's
So we're expending the whole budget?
in that particular budget, that's correct.
And that's his office.
In the, yes.
Every department's
Yeah, I
got
know.
their own
But
education budget.
usually at the top of the ES, it says how much is budgeted for.
Yeah, that was my mistake.
Okay.
It should have said 5,000.
So that would have to come, if other people join, it would have to come from.
Their own budgets,
Yeah.
yes. Right.
Would then people more than 5, would they still get $1,000 each?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I think it might need to be another 5-person cadre to do that. I don't know. That I didn't pursue that.
I would think it would.
I didn't pursue 5, they dropped it down 5 or 2.
Could be.
All right,
Thank you.
any discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. Next, we got the approval to agenda management software.
Yep, this is something that, again, you included in your budget for 2026. We are simply asking, I'm confident that the cost of that software will exceed the amount of my spending approvals who are like to seek an RFP and to select the best candidate for that purpose.
Mr. Bunny?
Yeah, I move to recommend that Leelanau County Board of Commissioners authorize the creation and release of a request for proposal for agenda and minute management software.
Support.
Supported, discussion? Not, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carried 7-0. Next, for the transfer credit card.
Yep, with the hiring of a new finance director, I'm asking to transfer the credit card that was issued previously to Sean Cowan to be issued in the name of Real Richard. Everything else will stay the same.
I move to recommend that Leelanau County Board of Commissioners allocate $7,500 finance director credit limit to Rio Bridger authorize issuance of the state savings bank card in her name and further authorize county board chair as card owner to make all the necessary changes to the account.
Supported, discussion?
Not, in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Yeah, we need.
Carried 7-0. Next, we got vehicle use policy.
Yes, that, again, as I indicated in my opening remarks, it was something that we believe is, we do need to amend the policy. There have been a couple proposals by the building safety department to perhaps charge some of their employees a monthly amount for the use of take-home vehicles. There's also some discussion regarding extending the amount, or excuse me, extending the distance from the county line that a car could be taken for outside for personal use. I believe there's the sheriff has his own policy on that issue, and there's some discussion about extending that. I believe it was 10 miles to 15 miles, and then trying to deal with that as the limitation or restriction on the policy that's currently in effect, which essentially says if the current policy in effect says if the administrator determines that there's what I'll refer to as a business reason for a take-home vehicle, that can be approved. That gives a little bit too much discretion to the administrator to take that action. So.
Discussion. Mr. Robbins.
Been working on this along with Chairman Yoder. I met with the sheriff, under sheriff, had a meeting, or we had a meeting with Amber, her crew there, and I'll pass it out. What I came up with is talking to everybody. I mean, with the sheriff, I'll start off with the sheriff. I mean, recruiting is getting more difficult. He has a 10-mile radius right now. And what I would propose was that we move it to a 15-mile. And if you look at the map, that covers a pretty good area. The sheriff was happy with it. I guess what I'm trying to accomplish here, like this as a board accomplish, is have a countywide policy, at least on the mileage. It's like two separate issues here. The financial part, the deputies are exempt, but between the administrator, Amber, and finance, they can come up with their plan for the financial part of her department. But I mean, right now, this covers everybody in Amber's department with the exception of one person. And what I agreed to with them was, we discussed is they would be grandfathered in. And after that point, if he retires, quits or whatever, we have to stick to the 15-mile radius. Because I mean, if you look, it takes you, our guy that lives down in Frankfurt, he's covered. It puts the depths out to into Wexford County, almost, Benzie County. Fife Lake is kind of excluded. It takes you almost over to Kilcask. It takes you all the way up to Oak Rapids. I mean, that's a pretty good area of, to recruit people for our county. So that's what I would kind of like to propose. I mean, I've talked to Amber's department. Like I said, they agreed to this. They thought it was fair. And the sheriff thought it was more unfair too. But what I guess what I'd like to do instead of having a piecemeal where Amber has a policy, the sheriff has a policy, this would be a county policy and it covers the whole county.
Funny.
I mean, have we thought of just saying that, they have to be, they don't take the cars home? That would really change our budget and help it tremendously.
Actually, what we've found, and Amber can speak to this perhaps a little bit better than I can, but one of the concerns we have is when to require them to drive, if they're at the southern part of the county, to require them to drive back here to pick up their personal vehicle and then drive home from the county building makes it actually adds miles to the vehicle that we wouldn't otherwise be expending. So I didn't ask her to be prepared to address it today, but as I said, what they've found is that the amount of miles they're driving with this policy or with the take-home vehicles, only three of the inspectors are using take-home vehicles. And it hasn't substantially increased the number of miles that they were otherwise driving those vehicles when they weren't allowing them to be taken home. So it doesn't have as a substantial impact on the budget to allow that, and it actually does permit them to do their job more efficiently. Yes, she is.
And it also, as I look at it, it also eliminates the affordable housing issue for employees, because they can afford to live in Benzie County and drive work where they can get a house for cheap. I mean, granted, they don't live in the county, but I mean, we have to bring that into the concept where a guy can't come in and live in Leelanau County and afford to buy a house in Leelanau County and be a deputy in Leelanau County starting money.
So another way of looking at this is we could raise everyone's salary so they could afford to live here.
Well, it's the other thing, yeah.
We could try.
We could try. Yeah. Okay, I don't think our budget will support that.
I don't think so either.
But
That
I
would
mean,
cost us a
it
whole
really
lot
gives
more.
an opportunity for somebody who wants to work in Leelanau County, the ability to live somewhere that they can afford when they get on their feet, and get things figured out.
Yeah, my point was it's a bargain to do this.
All right, Commissioner Wessel.
I just, I like this, and I think it's clear, and I thank you, Commissioner Evans, for your comments.
Yeah, I just, is there policy wise, any difference between us enforcing a policy with an elected official versus a department? I mean, can the sheriff set this policy himself? Or is that kind of?
Again, yes, but you have some budgetary constraints that where you could prevent him, change the budget to the extent that it would prevent him from actually implementing that if he chose. But the whole point of this is to create a policy that would apply to both. Elected officials.
I agree. I just wondered if.
But yeah, the sheriff could do this on his own if he chose.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like there would be much for a budget restriction. It sounds like it's mostly budget neutral.
Well, except for the wear and tear in the car, because the vehicles cost us.
But, and I do look at it different between, and I'm just being contrary, sorry. But the difference between a sheriff department driving a sheriff's deputy's car and someone not in a deputy's car. If they're in a car, they're on duty. I mean, basically, even if they're off duty, they're on duty. So that is a benefit to the county. Even if they're in Benzie, they're still, so I should say it's a benefit for public safety in general.
Again, the point that I tried to make in the EDS is there are frequent times when the employees, even the building safety employees, drive past the very location they're scheduled to begin or scheduled to end their workday, and then have to drive the county-owned vehicle, put more miles on it to bring it back than they would otherwise. And the study that Amber has done demonstrates that it doesn't, allowing them to take the vehicles home does not increase a significant amount. There is an increase. I don't want to suggest that it's completely neutral. It doesn't increase that amount to an extreme extent.
Well, this is the best way to look at it is, if you break it down with the sheriff department, you're adding 5 miles on what you had. Building safety, I think, correct me, I'm talking three of your members. Yeah, so 3 out of the 5. Yeah. I guess something not today, but to look at it, I'm concerned about what the take-home car policy is. allowing the building safety to take one home, but we have our emergency management that's called in more than anyone. And we don't allow him. I think we need to, down the road, we need to look at that.
And that this policy could potentially apply to that as well.
Yeah.
And should.
But I think this covers everything, and I don't think we'll have to deal with it again. Something that could work.
So I would, if you want to suggest a motion, it would be to accept the distance limitation proposed by Commissioner Robbins and direct us to prepare a policy revision that would comply with the IRS regulations concerning take-home vehicles.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Discussion. Mr. Bonnie, you had your hand up.
Yeah, we set the policy back, and I don't know what it was, up that for 10 miles because there was a deputy who was living 10 miles away, couldn't take it. So now we're expanding it to 15 miles. And instead of doing that, I'm saying we just have all the cars left here in Leelanau County at the government center, and they drive their own cars back and forth here to come to work. If that, so then it's equal for everybody. And it saves the county a tremendous amount when it comes to budgeting. That's all I'm saying. But we set the policy of how far it goes, and then all the departments have to follow whatever we set as the policy. It isn't the sheriff sets the policy. We set the policy because it's a monetary thing.
I think we just did.
Right.
Mr. Robbins.
I guess what I find interesting, Commissioner Bonnie, was back last year when this came on the table, you were one of them really pushing for it, building safety to take these vehicles home. You said it benefited the taxpayers. Now all of a sudden, I'm hearing a whole different story from you.
Right. Because it's gone too far, and that was too far. And you agreed with that.
I did, but you disagreed.
Well, okay, but I'm changed my mind for you.
All right.
That's a first.
Oh, my goodness.
Any other discussion?
No, we don't.
Sweet like that.
All right, all those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carried 6-1. All right, now we're moving on to DOC. First item, we have review of department fees brought by Commissioner Money.
Let me just see, and part of the thing is I'd like to see us look at all of these, and I just, just as I talked with Amber earlier, also, we have registered deeds, the treasurer, all that, but the first one I wanted to look at was when they brought up getting a new dog catcher or animal control officer. I went and talked to the treasurer as well, the people at the treasurer office, and they were charging $5 a year or $8 a year for licenses. And I looked at, and we do about 800 dogs licenses a year. So we're spending well over $100,000 for our animal control officer. 99% of his work is with dogs. So if we wanted to try to pay for it by dog licenses, it would be almost $125 each, which, that, I don't think that would fly. But I actually talked to a dog owner, and she said she would be gladly pay $100 a year for having her dog. So I just don't know. But then I looked at Grand Traverse. They charge $30 a year and $15 if it's sterilized. They'll do a 3 years for $60 or $30 if it's sterilized. And Benzie's almost just the opposite. They for 1 year it's $10, and if it's sterilized it's $20. So they did just the opposite way, and then for 3 years it's 25, and for 3 years for sterilized it's 55. And then if they're late, then it almost doubles. if they don't get a tip or they're caught and they don't have a license. And all of these, the 3 years is all based on, that's how long the rabies shot lasts. And they have to get re-shot again, and so, and that's a requirement for getting the license. So I think we need to really look at this, knowing that it's costing $125 for the county per dog, per year. So even if we went with Grand Traverse or Benzes, and then if they're delinquent on doing them, make sure that they pay, to try to cover, because otherwise, everybody who doesn't own a dog is paying a lot for that dog catcher or the animal control officer.
Okay. I totally accept the idea that we should review fees at some point. I had an image when you started talking about the dog fees of an 85-year-old retiree who lives alone and has a dog and has been living on Social Security for 30 years. And I think you have to have an age and income exception, that's all. I mean, there are some people for whom paying $50 a year would be really hard. So just have an age or income exception, that's all.
Mr. Wessel?
I think Will's done his homework on this, and I'm gonna vote yes, just because for once, I'm gonna vote for you to increase fees again.
Well, that's not well, we haven't got a motion.
And I, just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that where there isn't a motion that's recommended, but I would tend to agree with Commissioner Bunnick. I think we need to consider fees on everything and relate them to the cost of the service provided and do it at the time of our budget. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, no rush. But I'd like to, is that okay? I'd like to, when you want to raise a millage, you don't even consider those old people. When we, you just go ahead and take the money out of their food budget or whatever. And they cannot do anything about it. If they have a dog, they cannot have a dog. So they can do something about it, but villages, they can't, unless they want to lose their home. And when it comes to early childhood, when it comes to senior services, we don't care about the elderly who are on $680 a month, Social Security and nothing else. We take it right out of their food budget, no problem at all.
All right. So I guess consensus is to look at this at budget, I guess. Do we need a motion to direct you to that, or is that just consensus, I guess?
No, I can certainly, if you'd like to do a motion to correct us, that's fine. I was planning on doing that anyway.
Consensus is fine. Oh. Next up, you all done that, Commissioner Money?
Yes, I'm happy. I think that's a way to do it. And we can look at the other ones, like I'll talk to Amber about the other ones, or have a meeting.
Do that.
And I think we need to review them all, and we can even talk to the registry of deeds and other ones and see how we compare, and try to make, the services we provide are paid for by, because the building department is completely funded by its own fees. And that, I would like to see that, if we could do it somehow with the dog catcher or the animal control officer. So.
Dog catcher, I think is an outdated term, I believe, right? Yeah.
That's basically what it is.
Yeah.
The high complaint giver.
All right, moving on to item number, so B, we already did. C, grant policy revisions. This is something that I've actually brought forward, I know it was part of our goals discussion at the beginning of the year to kind of go through our policies, and our grants policy was the one I kind of picked to start out first, just based on what was on the website, with the date and everything. And I guess, Jen, we could just send an email out to the board last night, pretty much stating, yeah, I guess whatever was updated was never put online. So I don't know if everybody had a chance to go through the changes that's kind of proposed in there with our grant policy, or if they had any comments, but I don't Yeah, I read through it, what was updated in 24. I guess one of the main ones that I was hoping to kind of address in our grant policy. And part of it, you know, and I'm sure expecting there'll be some disagreement here, but I guess what I would like to see is, for instance, like under IT, we had an approval to submit an RMA RAP grant for storage firewall project. That money, we already spent it at the county here, we did it, it was budgeted and everything. This would be a grant to fully reimburse us on that, and we need approval to go do that. I think if something like that, if the county has already spent it, it should be something that should be an absolute blessing from this board to go pursue a grant that has already been paid for by this county. However, if there's a grant that's a matching or whatever, I do think it needs to come to this board for approval, because that's obviously something that we're spending money as a board to do. And I think that kind of addressed it in the policy that you had kind of written up, and I know in the new policy that was sent out last night, that wasn't on the website, so I stand corrected on that. I thought I was working off the latest one, but I guess it wasn't, is not in there as well.
The one that everything that Commissioner Yoder says is accurate. The one thing I really wanted to do though is to get in is to point out to you that your policies really don't state a policy. None of them do. All they do is they'll state a purpose and then perhaps a procedure. They don't actually state a policy, what it is you're trying to accomplish with the policy itself. And what the policy that I suggested in this instance was that the County Board of Commissioners approves all grant applications and approves the grant agreements. That's policy section A and section C. Except in certain instances, you know, again, it was required of all grant applications that fund wages or benefits or new and for a new or existing employee, fund an expenditure that is either not budgeted in the current year or proposed in a capital improvement budget approved by the county board, require the expenditures of matching funds that are not approved in the current county operating budget, and or will, in the opinion of the county administrator, create a structural change in the budget that should stop it, and that will doesn't need to be there. But so the idea is that you should give the administration the ability to seek funding for things you've already approved, that you've already budgeted or spent. But if that doesn't fit that criteria, you need to approve the application because it may structurally change the budget. That's the idea.
I'd like to suggest that the first sentence of that is probably not, I'd feel more comfortable if we change the word approve to consider and act. Because the way this reads, it says that we shall approve all grant applications. And I don't think that's what we really mean. It means we shall consider.
Well, actually, honestly, I do say that you shall approve in those four instances, where those four criteria, any one of those four apply, it is essential that we're applying for it and you give us permission to do so.
That's my point.
Yes.
Shall consider, but not necessarily approved.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
When I read this, it sounded like the policy says we must approve it.
No, I hear what you're saying. That's clearly not the intent, that you have to consider and yeah, I see what you're saying. That's a legitimate comment. So, yeah. Everybody?
Yeah, well, I was wondering if you do this, so under facilities, the approval of the RFP for the wastewater, that because it was in our budget, then that wouldn't come before us? Or
The application for if we were going to pursue a grant, the application for the grant would come before you. The approval of the contract for the grant would come to you. Yeah.
Unless there was matching dollars, then it would.
Yes, if there was matching dollars, it would come to you for approval. If we were seeking a grant that was 100%, that funded 100% of the project, we would not need to seek approval for that. We would only need to seek approval of the agreement to accept that money. Still might have conditions or whatever that you wouldn't accept.
All right, so then the one that submitted MMRMA,
Right.
that one would be one that we wouldn't even know about because we've approved a purchase of the sonic firewall.
No, we
Is that what you're saying?
we wouldn't be authorized to pursue the grant, but if we would get the grant, we would have to vote to approve it.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, so we would never even know that they submitted it until it got approved then.
Well, you wouldn't, no, I wouldn't agree with that. We wouldn't have to get the approval. We would notify you that we have submitted the grant for sure. But
you wouldn't have to.
You wouldn't have to, but we would.
That's what I mean. You wouldn't know, so there's a good chance we would know.
I would disagree. You would know that we've submitted the grant, but you wouldn't have to approve. You wouldn't have to go through the step of seeking approval to do that.
Bill?
Yeah, I agree that first sentence is exactly opposite of my philosophy, that the Board of Commissioners shall approve all grant applications that fund a new employee. That's exactly opposite of my belief. I think grant applications should not fund new employees because grant applications and grants don't last forever. So that's totally the opposite of my thought. But my thought is also, and I've talked to you about this, Jim, is that putting us at the rear end of this process is not fair to the grant giver. I mean, so we apply for a grant that say a majority of us, there's consternation about on the board. So the minister applies for the grant, then it comes back to us, and then we decide if we want it. Well, let's take the opposite view of what happened with the solar panels. The administrator doesn't apply for that. It makes that decision, and we all wanted it. Well, we're not part of that process, or the view that we apply for the grant. Now, we don't decide whether to apply for it or not. We're approved, and then it comes back to us. Well, that's the opposite of when we should be making the decision as a county of when to apply for a grant. So, I mean, I know this old policy has been in for a year. I suppose we can keep eliminating things that we do up here. I mean, we can call the meeting the order, read the minutes, and go home. But I think this is a responsibility that we signed up for as a county board. I know that it causes an extra step in the grant process, but procedure sometimes is good for government. Structure is good for government because it includes our voices, and we are the elected people. We are the ones who go back to our districts and hear from people, as opposed to placing that responsibility for the administration that is insulated. So that's, I don't agree with this.
You know, what I'm hearing is, and through the years, we will hear that like Register of Deeds applied for a grant to, let's say, this is not true, but to work on their project to restore the historical records. We don't have to be involved in that. That's internal. That's something, that's work they're doing. We'll find out about it probably if they get some money to help with expenses. But if every single one of those little internal things has to come before us, it'll really slow things down. I think what happens, and that's micromanaging, and that's not our job. It also will slow things down immensely. I can imagine being a department head and you're going, wow, I just found out about this grant. It's got to go in right away, but it's got to go before the Board of Commissioners. So I guess I want, I don't think our job is to micromanage that kind of stuff. If somebody can get a grant for what they're doing, we'll find out about it later. When it comes, when it comes in. So not our job to micromanage. That kind of thing.
There's nothing in here that says that we have to be. So if we really do feel we should be informed before the grant is applied for, let's put it in, I believe in the words, let's put it in the policy.
I don't think we should.
That's fine. And the other thing is that this goes directly against the policy we just approved for 2% grants. I mean, what was it? I don't know, 3 months ago, we approved a 2% grant that says, okay, everything has to come here. And here we have a policy that says, no, they don't have to come here. They don't have to come before us. So you got, I mean, this is only the matter of 3 or 4 months. So as it's written, for sure, this doesn't work. Philosophically, I don't think it works either.
I think we need more time to review this.
Well, I think the wise thing to do would be, because what we were working off on the grant policy here was a policy that was out of date. We were not working off the new policy that was adopted back by the board in 24, so. That should be, I mean, what I would recommend is to have that come at our Tuesday meeting, next Tuesday, to go through that but work off the new policy that got adopted rather than this one, because it's a lot of what's in here just doesn't even, it doesn't matter. It's invalid, in my opinion, but we're working off an outdated document. But you know, as far as everything coming in front of the board here, it's not a hill that I'm gonna die on. It's something that I would recommend just because to me, in my mind, it just doesn't make much sense that we're constantly having our finger on every piece of the scale, you know, and if we can cut something out, but, you know, but to Alan Will's point, you know, as far as being updated, if there's grants that are being pursued, I get their comment in that. So if there's needs to be something there to make you guys feel comfortable with that, I have no problem with that at all, you know, but I just don't understand, you know, well, I shouldn't say I don't understand. I think to avoid a lot of the double steps and triple steps, I think it would be wise to eliminate some of that process just to not hinder certain departments.
Can I just make a quick comment? So in light of you saying that, one of the things that we could say is, if a department applies for a grant that will facilitate their work, they'll notify us. And if it has no budget implication, all we need to know is know about it, and we can thank them for going after money.
Make it simple, can't just have our department heads, you know, when you apply for grant, but that's what you're talking about, just notify the administrator, and the administrator comments at the meeting, lets us know. Very simple, I think.
You know, again, it's not a hill I'm gonna die on, it's just a recommendation, so I'm not gonna beat a dead horse if it's dead, so. But I guess if there's consensus on that, I'll let the administrator work off the new document that was approved in 24 and then have that back at our meeting next Tuesday. And then we'll, and at least work us off of something that actually exists. Because right now we're working on something that doesn't even exist, so.
Can I ask who wrote the policy as we received? Did you write it down or did you
I
write?
did the amendments that whoever wrote the policy that we were working on, I can tell you, but what I'll do is address the idea that consideration and authorization of the grant application is required in paragraph policy A. Add something regarding the 2% grant, how this policy interacts with that policy. And then add a notice requirement then when Board of Commissioner approval is not required, the administration has to notify you that grant applications occur. I'll add those 3 things in for your consideration.
On the new policy, not this policy.
But I would ask your reaction to the practice of actually stating a policy rather than simply a purpose and a procedure. What we're trying to do
Would
is
this be a policy which you have just written? You consider that a
yes,
policy?
it's clearly a policy. It's something where you are dictating. This is the standard by which the administration has has to operate.
What, can you give me an example of something we called a policy that isn't a policy?
I wouldn't say that they're not. What, if you look at the policy handbook, none of the policies actually state what the policy is. They say, here's the purpose, this is why we're doing this. And then they state a procedure that's to be followed. It doesn't state a policy, like, for example, you shall not apply for a grant. That would be the policy. And then the the purpose, the reason for that would be stated in the policy, and then the procedure to apply for a policy would be, apply for a grant would be stated. You need to state the policy. It's like having a law that says, you shall not steal, but without saying that. That's what you've done in all your policies. You've not actually stated outrightly what the policy that you're trying to get the administration to adhere to, what the policy is. You just stated the procedure to follow. There's a big difference.
I really don't think we have to rewrite all of our policies with a statement in it. I don't think we'll have any difference.
Money?
Yeah, I mean, I just look at our agenda here and there's one grant on it. So in a month's time, and we spent more time discussing this than we did in saying we would apply for that grant. So I don't see where we're actually, what we're taking so much time to do when grants come to us. Because we normally don't take much time talking about them and then we know, but at least we know that they're going on. So I think we're trying to oversimplify what goes on here. And to me, I think we would be, as commissioners, would be less informed, and I don't think that's good.
Okay, any other comments, discussion on that?
Are you motioning to move it forward or for the agenda Tuesday, or are you pushing it to May?
It should be moved forward to next Tuesday. Yeah, for a vote at least, so. They'll vote that forward to next Tuesday.
Walter's making the motion?
Yes.
Okay, second by
Or
Russell.
Commissioner Wessel,
Thank you.
discussion.
The meeting time is on.
I'm just wondering if we should do it that hastily. But let's see what we come up with next week.
All right, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried 5-2. All right, and the next one, item number 10D, discussion of administrator annual review. This is something that I wanted to just at least start the discussion on. I know we had done a kind of a 4-month review type of thing, or analysis or whatever, but this is now 1 year into the administrator's term, and I think it'd be wise to do just the review based on the contract that he has. But I just wanted to at least start a discussion here as to how you would like that process to go, what you would like it to look like. Is that something that I mean, there's obviously language out there that I can draw that we did for past administrator's review that I can bring next Tuesday and say, hey, here's some examples. What do you want? Do you want me to reach out to legal and get some actual stuff to work off of? I didn't want to step ahead of the game until I hear from everybody here as to what they want that to look like, I guess. So I'm open to suggestions, comments, criticisms, whatever.
can I just suggest maybe a very quick break before we go into this? I'm sorry, would I have a second on that?
I would say. How's the stress?
5 minutes.
Try to make it short.
Cut her off.
The auditors didn't want to.
You didn't?
No. And his eyes were yellow.
Okay.
That'll make it look easy. And
Oh, when we need to figure out when we can get together for the conflict of interest or whatever committee to.
You wanted to break and you're not going moving?
I did, like I said, my eyes are yellow, man.
Oh, man, that's turned on. Been working on my handout. Yeah, and I hope I get my handout done before the, I wasn't sure.
One eye.
You look like a horse. I heard your first time. Yeah.
I just figured.
Well, you never know. See, we got one extra. That's, last week's was. You can't use it. Yeah, this one is clear. She told us how we turned on separate images because it's
Right.
So this guy is supposed to set speed of shame. Change whatever they want. She should. The clerk said, I mean, I think she was having.
Oh, yeah.
I was in her thing.
Yeah.
No. No, I mentioned, I was the legislature process. March 25th. But go online. It's pretty short.
Yeah, no, that works.
Real Alex.
I'll get that fight taken care of.
I haven't been able to.
Put
get
it around the house.
stuff up to the regular.
Right now?
Dwayne, thank you for all of the extra snow duty.
Oh,
You did marvelous
absolutely.
work.
I don't know where Jim is in that. Nancy Pelosi thinks it could. She's worried about the technology.
How much do you think person spends on a dog a year?
I'm just saying, we've got.
How much do you spend on a dog? I didn't say that. I said the next. What? They say the average dog
My granddaughter works in that.
You want to keep the long pond or not? It's just a show.
Well, once it goes, it goes. It's not like they can't afford it. $50 or $100 for every complete.
Fix that right now, or
Right.
what's the meeting?
It's 25 cents.
You guys see where Jim went?
He is so consistent.
You know, you can give us an hour.
I wish.
You want to stick?
I have this.
You wanna.
I can't eat, but thanks.
Never say that.
I love this. But bar.
You keep calling the wrong number.
Elderly neighbors, so when they call me. Why is the 85-year-old calling me? Maybe it's about the 85 next door.
I just get an email from HR congratulating me that I completed all assignments for the workplace compliance training campaign. Awesome, great.
Good job.
The spam I get, you know. Apparently somebody's spoofing me and send out an email to all my township folks saying that I need money through Venmo. And yeah, they go like, I'm getting calls, at least Steve is, and I'm, no, it's not me.
Wow.
It's like, geez, some people go to great lengths just to make life complicated.
And you keep calling me last. Oh, well, then you can't call the house phone anymore.
They're getting ready to move.
633-1801.
I just can't see when they took it back. I don't know.
1801.
Yeah, so much.
Okay. All right. Okay.
My grandkids are along with right.
I have to go over there.
Well, this is the solid sheet.
Gotta send a picture to the star.
It was fun. When they moved it,
On this phone.
I know. Meeting. Combine it all. It was pretty exciting.
What's your son do?
He actually has his master's in economics. So he does analysis of different companies. He should really consult, because he's worked for insurance companies. He's worked for even it's clear along the water analytics. They do analysis of my rest of the background. Now it looks like some companies.
Yeah, it is. But I think that's a separate. I agree with that. Oh, that back to right into Beaver Creek, which if it does anything, take out the culvert.
It's not the house.
All right.
It's a difference.
The problem with the main just I just did rain and comes out of there to road and that's above. So that's why I read it.
No. Well, yeah, it's county policy.
Yeah.
Don't think anybody else is supposed to take. They got to get approved.
All right, dinner.
Who's gonna reduce it?
I have a Cliff Bar.
Yeah, maybe.
You seen those commercials?
No.
You've never seen those commercials?
No.
Where someone's really hangry and they look like a vampire and then they take a bite of it and they look like, so. That's kind of where we're at.
Actually, they should have.
This is outstanding there. So thank you.
Yeah.
Want a Cliff Bar?
No, I'm one of the policy that says when we get new, we take it out.
I like that policy.
Yeah.
Order a pizza.
We used to do that.
Yeah.
All right, Jen, we good?
I'm good, you are.
Thank you.
All right. Continue our discussion here, so. Administrator and review, I don't know where I left off of, so. Funny.
Well, I mean, I actually like the last one that we did. Is there any reason we can't just follow through with that same type of,
format.
Yeah, the one we did in like August.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
We don't need to reinvent it.
Yeah, no, I just didn't want to start something and have to restart without knowing where everybody's at, so. But I'm more than happy to pull that back up and just kind of go off of that format, I guess, because that was nice, because it's helped the board set goals, administrator and everything, you know.
Right.
It was good in that sense, so.
Well, and we can use the information we have from that one and see how we did.
Compare, there we go. Everybody good with that then? Yeah. Okay. Trying to think, I don't know. Is that something we need part of our agenda next week or not? Formally authorized to do that? No, I don't think so.
I think so, it's just business.
Okay.
Send us one.
You think we can have it done in May if it was done right away?
Well, I did, yeah, because, I mean,
Are you looking for authorization to send that out to us?
I
Use that
no, I
same-
don't, if there's consensus here to do that, I'm just not. My big thing is, yeah, I want to wait till the elephant in the room to deal with that before we, you know, take it forward with the full review type of thing, so.
Because of the timelines in our contract, we want to make sure we comply with those. So it would be appropriate, I think, to have a motion to approve a target date to conduct the evaluation.
There's actually, the contract does not have a deadline or a mandate of when to do a review. It does say you will annually set your goals, but it doesn't say in the contract when you'll do that. It just says you'll do it annually. We've already done that back in August. So there really is nothing in the contract that says you have to do a review annually. It actually says you may do one. Performance evaluation.
So there's not necessarily a timeline in place as to when to do that, so.
Well, I think it does say every year in there,
It says it may be completed. Doesn't
every
say-
year, and then it gives like a few weeks before and then.
that is the goal setting, that is the goal setting portion of the contract. Section A of that says, section B says may complete an evaluation.
Can you finish that sentence?
If it says if undertaking an evaluation should occur 90 days prior to or end of 12 months of employment or thereafter, or about every 12 months, or at the direction of the board for the duration of the agreement. So it doesn't give any constraints at all.
Well, it certainly points towards an annual review.
Right, no, I would agree. There's just not necessarily a strict timeline in place for that, but definitely recommend, so. But no, I will.
I would make a motion that we conduct the administrative review in the month of June.
I'll support that.
Right.
I think we want to do that before we get tied down into the budget process. Give this a year, and I think our administrator needs feedback and we need to have input.
I would say if our administrator needs feedback, then let's provide feedback before summer. I have no idea why you wait till June.
We don't even have them.
Well, last time we completed, I think, the whole process over a course of a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it was a couple weeks.
Yeah,
I'm
so
okay, I would be okay with doing it in May or June. You know, because I just don't want to move too quick before this other
No
investigation.
later than June.
I withdraw my motion and you can make that motion.
Yeah, I would make sure we do it no later than June.
Okay.
Complete it no later than June.
Yeah, so it can be done anytime now, whenever we get the information.
It just needs to be done by June 1st.
Yes.
No. Everybody good with that? Or is that a motion or is that consensus?
That's my motion.
That's your motion.
Okay. Oh, and as part of that, you want to use the same process.
Yes.
that we used before.
All right, all in favor, it was motion and seconded, all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. Thanks.
So can we have copies of it? Can you send out copies, blank copies?
Yep, yeah, I'll get blank copies out to everybody, and then if the same process works, everybody will send me their responses, and I'll condense everything together and then get it to everybody once everything's condensed. Do that. All right, next up, we have review of financials. Anybody have any questions on the financials?
I just have one. You know, you see multiple purchases from vendors. Do they send a check for every one of those? They do one check for all of them. So whether it's, you know, Home Depot or whoever. So are those all charges then that?
Usually, the system will processes requests for payments by invoice. So what you're seeing is a listing of invoices.
Right.
And then those get conglomerated, if you will, into a single check usually. Now, there might be instances where.
They might have 2 or 3.
Right.
Okay.
But it's generally speaking, they get put into one check. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Not, we'll move on to special reports by staff, commissioners, and other agencies. Commissioner Wessel?
The materials management group has to complete their task by July 1. This is the Grand Traverse and Leelanau County plan. I've asked the planning department, Gail, to give us an update at our next month's meeting so that we get an update on that plan. It'll go to the townships and the villages by the 1st of August for their approval. So we want this board to be informed of it before it goes to the villages and the township. If you were so inclined to read all of it, if you let me know, I'll send you the tentative board report, but we're going to give you a condensed one within a month. Thank you.
The special reports, Commissioner Robbins?
Couple things, this is gonna creep up on us quick. On the 24th, on a Friday, correct me well, 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock?
I'm not sure. I thought it was at 3 myself.
No, I don't think it's at 3, 3/4. I think I'll check, but the groundbreaking at the airport is going to take place on Friday the 24th.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. And then also on that date from 4 to 7 is Deb Allen's Westwood celebration at Henry Hills. Yeah.
When is that?
The
24th on a Friday from 7 to 4 Hickory Hills.
7 to 4?
Yes, 4 to 7.
4 to 7, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other special reports? All right, I guess our auditors are in the building today, so I wanted them to come up and just kind of address the board here. We can ask some questions, but yeah, if you want to come up to the chairs here, introduce yourselves. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Amr El Askari. I'm with Clark Schaefer Hackett, that's CPA firm. I'm the responsible of the audit. I also have Cody Mitchell. He's the manager on the team. We just starting, so just wanted to say hi. Like Steve mentioned, we're in the building, and we thought it would be good. I believe we also passed to Jem a letter from our firm, has our communication if you needed to, and it discussed a little bit about what would be an audit, or what is the audit scope would be covered, and it's a boilerplate letters. There is nothing really earth-shattering in it since we just started, and this is our first year, so we're still learning about the county and the process. And in the next few months here, we'll have more information and hopefully wrap up the audit, and we'll come back and give you a little presentation about what we found. But for now, if you have any questions or if you need to be in touch or anything, we're here all day. So if you, after the meeting, we're hanging out in the conference room right behind here. If you guys want to stop by or chat about anything, we're happy to be here.
Thanks for what you do.
Yeah.
So we will catch you.
Anybody have any questions?
Timeline is all. But I don't know, when would we usually receive the audit like June thereabouts?
So the state would be like we have to submit to the state by June 30. And we usually have a presentation for you to discuss the results of the audit. Depending on the timing, if we were able to get it early enough, we might have it in June. If not, or we missed your board meeting, we'll schedule it in July, but it's usually one of those 2 months to discuss.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you for swinging by. I appreciate it. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good work. All right, with that, we'll move on to public comment, 5 minutes. Mr. White.
Hello again, Commissioners. Jim White from Sutton's Bay. I'm smiling because we're almost out of here. Picking up from my earlier comments, I was saying that going forward, I will operate on the assumption that every action the administrator takes was taken in the direction of this board. If that happens, then I will look forward to hearing and learning why that disavowal occurred. Unless this board specifically disavows it, if that happens, I will look forward to hearing why that disavowal occurred and what consequence or recommendation, if any, was levied on the administrator. That concludes my initial comment, but now I must ask this board questions about why you instructed the administrator to take questionable actions over this past year. You can start by explaining why you told him to fire your finance director. Given the chaos that is plaguing the finance department as I speak, I think you owe the public a full explanation. The only reason the department is functioning at all is due to the efforts of Michelle Crocker and Jennifer Zwicky, the very people this board attacked with what my esteemed colleague Steve Mikowski calls clerk-loathing behavior. You legally barred the clerk's office from access to the finance department, then turned right around and asked them to save that department. Given that legal action and some serious allegations that several commissioners have made to me personally about the clerk's office, how can you justify asking the clerk's office to intervene? Are they incompetent, unqualified, and compromised? Or are they proven competent and trustworthy professionals who can be relied upon to save the finance department? The actions and decisions of this board in this situation seem somewhat schizophrenic, do they not? Frankly, the fact that the clerk is still willing to help after the clerk-loathing actions of this board speaks quite highly of the clerk and her people. In their shoes, I doubt I would have been nearly as accommodating toward a board that acted this vindictively. Which brings me to the rejection of the resolution recognizing the clerk for her long service to this county. The argument that the board needs to have a standard policy for its employees as a reason for disavowing the resolution is ridiculous on its face, since it would not apply to the clerk anyway. The clerk is an elective office, and the clerk would not be covered by your employee policy. The action of 4 commissioners to reject Commissioner Campbell's resolution smacks of the same clerk-loathing behavior this board claims to reject. Why did the board tell the administrator to hire a 2-time failure as finance director to the same position for a 3rd time? That is utterly indefensible. The failure of that hire is apparently a surprise to this board, and that in itself is an indictment of your judgment. Also, why did you tell the administrator to tell the Leelanau enterprise that the failed finance director had left the finance department stabilized and operating smoothly when that cannot possibly be true? The fact that the clerk's office had to step in at the request of this board belies the administrator's words to the enterprise. Why did you tell him to say that? After all, like you said, he does what you tell him to do. I could go on for hours if I was given the time, but thankfully I won't. Instead, I'll end with one last situation for today. The Suttons Bay School District land deal remains controversial and many questions remain. Why was this land sold with only a single bid? Why is public money being funneled to unidentified private investors? As I said months ago, your only employee, the county administrator, was deeply involved in that project almost from its inception and was instrumental in introducing to the land bank a motion to sell that land. He was assisted in that effort by a member of your board. Why did you all direct him to do that? Are you committed to providing tax subsidies, grants, deductions, tax credits, tax exemptions to advance the provision of taxpayer-funded and subsidized housing in this county? How much money are you willing to spend or forego in support of this policy? How many other taxpayer-funded projects are you planning to support? Is this an open-ended commitment with no cost ceiling? And what guidance have you given your administrator? Since by your own declarations, you direct all actions of this administrator, you should be able to answer those questions. Or if not, you should be able to provide what those answers, find out what those answers are and provide them to the public. With that, I will look forward to your responses to these questions. Many more will be coming. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Yep, oh, you want to, Mr. McCall's had his hand up too. Go ahead. No, you're fine. Go for it.
Michelle Crocker. I did get a chance really quick to just follow up on Commissioner Robbins. I did call Benzie, 1 county clerk, 1 chief deputy, 3 deputy clerks. I have 4. She's got 3. Kalkaska does remember you coming. In fact, I must have struck something because she sent me an email after I called her. She has 1 county clerk, 1 chief deputy, and 1 deputy. And she says, who would ever compare Kalkaska to Leelanau? They're not comparables. They're not comparable for wages, workload, or anything. And she generally works 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. pretty much every day of the week. But I did check up, and I'll be up to the challenge if that's what you want to do during budget time again. Anyway, I want to correct a comment, and I may have misheard that Commissioner Allgaier stated earlier in the meeting. And I will not speak for all the other elected officials, but the elected officials do not work for the Board of Commissioners. We work with the Board of Commissioners. We are elected by the residents of the entire county, and that is who we work for, and that is who we serve. We do serve as co-employers with the Board of Commissioners, although you, the Board of Commissioners, do control our budgets to a serviceable level. Commissioner Robbins, you are correct. There have been many fine employees in Leelanau County, and you did name a few that are currently still employed or that have retired and have served a long time, specifically Deputy Mary Patterson. I remember when she was hired back in the 80s or early 90s. Deputy Wayne Kelchek, who will be retiring soon, who was a Marine deputy before that and is a retired Sutton's Bay School teacher. We have retired Lori Lacrosse, who probably was our first victims advocate. And I've always passed along the good comments I've received about her at conferences and her duty as a victims advocate. We recently had John Fortin, who was his second career, having been a military retiree. And he recently retired. Jim Stocknick just recently left this week. Carrie Garton, Rebecca Sham, Jerry Coleman. Some of these people wanted something when they left. Some of them they didn't. Jerry, we had to surprise him because of his long tenure. He had about 3 months on me as far as length of time with the county. And there's also been many elected officials that have served. You've named a few, and I could make the list go on, and I'd be happy to do that. The next topic is, yes, on Friday, April 3rd, I was first approached by the administrator to have Chief Deputy Zawicki assist with the closing of the year end and preparing of the trial balance, and that we would have a serious meeting on Monday. For those of you that don't know, as the administrator is aware, without a trial balance, you can't do the audit. Without that closing, it just can't happen. We met again on April 6th, and I did contact the attorneys and did speak in depth with Attorney Toski. And then I did go speak with Administrator Dyer, and then we decided to call them back, and Attorney Nordford called us back after the two of them did talk about the situation. And Attorney Nordford spoke with the administrator first, then with me, and then we met again. I have been, because this keeps coming up, I have been counseled by many to not assist, given the treatment towards me by the Board of Commissioners and the aggressiveness that has occurred. However, I always look at the good of the taxpayers, as that is who I work for. I do realize that this could come back to bite me in the ass, and I'm not unaware of that. And I am not unaware of those that question my willingness to help. There is an abundance of concern for me that I should have said, you created this mess, figure it out. But anyone that knows me knows that is not me. I have been advised to, and I will prepare a written business report to the Board of Commissioners as to any assistance we offered. So this is very clear on the record. As a side note, I don't have it written here, but I do think, unless the administrator says differently, I do think that the new finance director and my chief have been working very well. And I think we're getting her in a good place. They need to have these documents by tomorrow. That's my understanding, having spoken with them yesterday. Otherwise, You do not have a place in the queue, and their function is not to ask for extensions that will fall onto the county because we are under huge deadlines here. I think there's a difference of terminology that's used when you change auditing firms to reports that are required. And it's just not, in some cases, being familiar with the terminology that's used. It has nothing to do with what software you're using. It's just knowing reports and terminology. I think that that's a fair statement. And so it's just getting them on that path to do it. They don't understand what they have in front of them, that they don't need to be creating things that already exist. Fair statement?
Fair statement.
And I think there was a thought, we have to create this, and it's no, you've already got what you need. You just need to get that to them, and I think that's going well. Commissioner Campbell, thank you for your attempt at the resolution. I won't read the rest of my comment, but thank you. When I took a brief break this morning, I did see a post that I thought was kind of appropriate, because I always think about Commissioner Wessel, and he always has these nice little quotes that he makes. I can't think about the one. It always strikes me something about truth and facts, and you might have your opinion, but you can't change them. I couldn't find the quote to type it in here.
I'll send it to you, Michelle.
I put it in the minutes multiple times, but this popped up on my screen today, and I just, if you take it personally, you do. It's not intended that way. I just thought it was good, and it just spoke. Bold snaps, and I don't know if it got sent to me or if it just appeared on my phone. Don't sacrifice your peace trying to expose someone's true colors. Lack of character always reveals itself in the end, because you don't have to be the one to prove who they really are. Time will do that for you. Every fake person eventually slips up. Every liar eventually gets caught. Every manipulator eventually shows their hand to the wrong person. You don't need to spend your energy doing what life is already doing in the background. And honestly, trying to expose someone is exhausting. You become consumed by their narrative when you should be focused on your own. You become obsessed with making others see what you see when you should be living a life so good it speaks for itself. So step back, let them keep performing for the audience that hasn't figured them out yet. Let them keep lying to people who will eventually be hurt by the same lies that hurt you. Your job isn't to protect your peace from them. The truth always finds its way to the surface, and when it does, you won't even have to say a word. Their own actions will do all the speaking for you. That's all I got. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Oh, Mr. Michalski, I'm sorry.
Continuing from my earlier comments, want to address this issue of the earlier of the 10E on the agenda. We've been blessed by the revelation of 4 commissioners this morning who do not want to, in an executive committee meeting, which is the clearinghouse, do not want to ever address the issue of the resolution for our longest serving clerk. I would suggest that maybe you postpone this until you're out of office 3 years from now, okay? That would be cleverly done that way. And you wouldn't have to account for anything because he'd be gone. It is disappointing to see this peculiar form of behavior by the people we elected. We expect much better, but we are getting less and less of the good stuff we're expecting. I suggest that these appearances here are
an exhibition of the very low esteem some of you have for your fellow commissioner who raised this issue, and the low esteem some of you have for the clerk. As a closing comment, I would suggest that maybe Chairman Yoder charge the four of you with finding 1,000 more excuses why 10E should not have been discussed. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Mr. McCallum?
Tim McCauley from Elmwood Township. After listening to the previous comments, I just have a real short statement to make about 10E. I don't know how much time you spent on 10E trying to get this 30-second resolution to honor a clerk. It would have taken 30 seconds, but instead it took 30 minutes of the debate to get it pulled off the agenda. Why? Well, in my opinion, because I've heard members of this commission make statements that the clerk has been around too long and she needs to go. So it's not a policy thing about recognizing people. There's people on this commission that have vendettas against the clerk. How would you know that, Gwen? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about members of this board. I've been personally told that she's been around too long and she needs to go. That doesn't sound like an attitude to go along, get along, or you're operating as one. The clerk works here. She's not an employee like she just stated. Some of the policies that you're initiating don't apply to her, but she's still a member of the county workforce and she's doing a great job. But when you hear comments that, trying to undercut the clerk and different elected officials, that's uncalled for. Thank you.
Any public comment? Mr. Weezer?
Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. And again, it's on the elections. I've got the handouts here. And the one I handed out last week, Eric Coomer was saying, yes, the machines are online. So that's why we need one person, one ballot, one vote, one day. This week is the same. Undeniable proof that we've got a major problem here. And there's an easy fix. Hand-counted paper ballots without the machines. This one is entitled, it's remote election, power bombshell docs reveal undeniable proof of 2020 election meddling. And he goes through it all. I'm going to send this to be put up online. I hope it gets up there. Every person in Leelanau County should see this handout. And there's a link at the top of the page. You can go right to it. I just taped from 5:56 time until the end there is at 14:19. That's not the end of the program, but that's all I could get this morning when I made it up, form this. But he's got Jim Penrose, and this is related to Michigan too. The study was actually done in 2021, but it's just coming to light now. It hasn't been made clear to the people, but the thing is, in Michigan, and Michelle, I wish she were here now, and hopefully she'll hear this, and it should be answered publicly. This is saying, no, they didn't turn off the
And Michelle, I'm sure was sincerely just thinking, oh, we need to speed it up. It's not going to do any good because we've got the paper ballots anyway. We don't need them. Well, this says just the opposite. And it says, the highlighting on that, the dark spaces, that was done on the video. So read through those highlighted dark spaces and they look yellow. If I can get it up online, it'll be easy to read. But he says, if you take away those images, they can change what was on that ballot. And he explains it all on this handout. And say on page 4, it goes into it, Dominion summary email to Michigan counties. And this is from Cheryl Holmes from Dominion Voting Machines. And she's telling everybody what to do. She says, we've noticed things are a little slow. Some of the speeds aren't up to snuff to make this happen. Well, why do you need any connection? If they're not connected to the internet, why do you have to increase the speed anyway? That's just the thought I had. But so that's where the message came. Michelle said it would just slow things down a little bit. So we disconnected it. It slows it down very little, according to this. For every 100 ballots, it takes off a few seconds. You'll see that on page 5. So just read through it. Look at the online version. It's much easier. And this should be publicly addressed, because it was public when Michelle said, we're turning this off. It's not going to affect anything. Well, it affects things big time. And that should be publicly addressed just after the meeting or during the meeting. It should be on the agenda. And the other thing, the company that Michelle was working with, I forget the name of them. It's not Dominion. She said it's not Dominion, but it's their person from Michigan. And they were at a meeting with Mark Cook, and they admitted to him, and it's on tape, it's on my website, that there was a back door to the machines. Okay, maybe that's not true. That should be addressed publicly by Michelle too, because she's the one that talks about this. And so the hand count is so much cheaper anyway. Read the stolen election books. This should be, every person here should read this. And it's got, if you read it, you'll see. And I hope to send this out to the employees. There's like over 200 here. They should hear it too. I hope I'm not blocked in doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The information that I just passed out to you was approved in January. As you can see, I have written on this document that what you have is an recognition program. You voted in January at the regular session and executive to eliminate option number 3, but you have moved forward with option number 1 and option number 2. I am here to state and just clarify some facts. The first fact is this is a program, not a policy. Understood? It's a program that's been administered by the HR manager and the county administrator. A little history here. I would first like to thank Commissioner Campbell for his intentions to recognize an elected official, currently in office, who will be achieving a milestone anniversary of 30 years as an elected official, while also currently being the longest serving county clerk of 83 counties in the state of Michigan. The history of the resolution, which was very nicely written after an interview with the county clerk and wasn't expected until the agenda was prepared, is that I have been working, as well as the staff,
on a recognition for her service. Her service to her, even appointed at May 1st, technically in her words ends the 30th, or is the anniversary of April 30th. So at midnight, she has served her 30 years. So with the help of Commissioner Campbell, we have reserved the lower community room. The clerk staff is paying for a cake, and we are going to congratulate her publicly for this milestone anniversary. And so this resolution was in preparation and basically getting the word out there as well, is that this is going to be coming out. The press release that he put together is because I have experienced over the last 4 years enough grief and despair working in the county clerk's office, just being pointedly attacked at any time by anyone, that this was going to be a private event. That private event was going to be invitation only. Because there are people that work towards departments against each other. And there are some people in this room that probably wouldn't get an invite. So for perception and public, all are invited. That doesn't mean everyone needs to show up. But Commissioner Campbell was willing to put an ad in the paper and allow all of the public to celebrate the county clerk. So when this recognition of a resolution was pulled from the agenda, I am very disappointed, because I do know that you have passed resolutions for private citizens that were World War I or World War II veterans. You've done this on multiple occasions. So it does seem like, and you may not think that, it seems very transparent not to acknowledge something that Commissioner Campbell put forth, and to push this off until May or June after the anniversary has taken place. There isn't any way, unless Jennifer Kane had come to us and asked when Michelle was elected or appointed, to know that she was coming up on a 30th anniversary, unless it was communicated to her. We as an office did this, and Commissioner Campbell offered to help us out, as well as making a formal request to the Board of Commissioners to acknowledge the long-standing elected official, and that the longest standing of 30 years in the state of Michigan, she currently holds that position. So I am very disappointed that this resolution was taken off the table and off the agenda. I do hope someone would add it as a late addition. It would be nice to have it formally approved and presented to her when she has a giant cake and purple frosting and everyone there to celebrate this achievement, which is quite an achievement. Thank you.
Public comment? Yes, sir.
Could I please? Thank you. My name is Dave Borton, and I live in Suttons Bay. Previously, I lived in Centerville Township, served the township there as an election worker for, I think this is my 7th year. Work with Steve's sister, and it's a wonderful experience. I do want to say that I have the utmost respect for Michelle Crocker. And all I can address is how the elections run. They run smoothly. They run fairly. The Dominion machines work. And all the counts balance out. I say that because I have to sign on this, okay? I have to put my name on the closing documents when I'm chair in the afternoon, and I have to sign that. Otherwise, if it's wrong, I'll get called in the middle of the night. I don't want to do that. So when it comes to the resolution, I think she should be, in some fashion, lauded for her service. I think that's appropriate. In the corporate world where I grew up, it was called, did the person when they left for one reason or another, did they get cake? Quite honestly, that was the terminology used, which was a cake and soft drinks or whatever. And I think she deserves it, but I think that everybody that serves the county, whether they're elected or employees, if it's 45 years or 18 years or 5 years, as some of the things that you had noted earlier in the meeting, I think that's important. And so some sort of procedure, something, so that we can be consistent. I think that's important. Mr. Campbell, I think when I quote you correctly, you were talking about the grant policy. I think you said procedure is sometimes good for government. I agree with you. And I think this might be an instance for that. It's important that Mary Patterson and all the rest be acknowledged. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to us so long.
All right, I think everybody spoke during public comments, so we'll move on to commissioner comments. Commissioner comments, Commissioner Algar.
As I said, our clerk has served honorably and well for 45 years, and that's wonderful. And I have no problem with recognizing it. It was just the procedure that we are kind of surprised with it in our packet about something that's kind of whatever. I think just communication is the issue. We gave her a certificate last week. I think that can be used next for your reception. She has a certificate honoring her 45 years of service. So I just doesn't occur to me that all is lost. So let's have a pattern, let's have a procedure, so we're fair to all of our employees.
Mr. Wessel.
Three quick things. One, I ran into Mr. Dyer earlier last week, and he communicated to me how helpful Jen was being with the new finance director. And he appreciated that, he acknowledged that, and I do appreciate it. Second thing I wanted to say is if a commissioner suggests that we look at staffing levels, that's our job. And I've been on the board for 14 years, and each year we assume that the staffing levels in each office are going to stay the same. That's not the way you operate as a board. And I think we do need to look at staffing levels, and I would like to add that onto the agenda when we talk budget. And the third thing I want to say, and I'm repeating myself now, but Michelle deserves recognition. But recognition is most meaningful when it's fair, consistent, and grounded in clear values. It builds trust, reinforces accountability, and shows staff their work is valued. When applied unevenly, recognition can create perceptions and issues. And that's why I want to take that off the agenda until we decide how we want to recognize all of our staff. And I see Mr. Mikowski's head shaking, and I heard that Michelle said I was attacking. I'm not attacking. I'm trying to do my due diligence as a board member.
Commissioner comments? Campbell.
I guess I just feel really naive. We're talking about this event. This is the anniversary of the appointment of the third longest serving elected official in Leelanau County history. Now, if you want to set that as the level, we would never have a resolution, not in my lifetime. So this is a little bit different. The longest serving clerk in the state. I agree, and we have set up an honoring system. It's not a policy; it's a direction to the HR director. But I really thought that we could put aside whatever we may harbor inside and say, I'm sorry, did you want to say something? Thank you. That we might be able to put it aside and recognize this as a special occasion and a celebration, as opposed to making it a controversy. If you want to set up a policy honoring the next elected official for 30 years, or the next whatever, that'd be fine. But believe me, you have not set this so low, if you would have approved this resolution, that would be inundated with resolutions. If anyone at our next meeting wants to bring this topic up again, we could pass it. We can pass it unanimous. I'm sorry, what?
I just cleared my throat.
Okay. We could pass it unanimously, and we could write this. It really should be done. I mean, for Leelanau County and the perception of Leelanau County, this should be a celebration. I'm just so naive that I could think that we could get through this without it having such a different connotation. So for that, I guess that's on me.
Amen.
Commissioner Walter?
So, history lesson. My mother worked for 24 years for the Conservation District, 1942 to 1964. She worked from 1964 to 1988 as a caseworker for the Department of Human Services. All right, she did 44 years of public service. And, you know, that was back, well, the county stuff was back before we even paid her retirement or anything like that. And she raised 12 kids and all of that, but she didn't get any recognition for that until after she retired, because traditionally, that's when you get that. We had a county resolution recognizing her service, her public service for all those years. And I think a public acknowledgement of that public service was warranted. But to pull the resolution out and put it out there, and, you know, and my personal feeling when I saw it is saying, okay, you're done here, go out the door. That's the message we're sending. We've had your service, it's time for you to go. I would let the person finish their service. When they finish their service and they feel that they're done, then give them the right recognition in the resolution. I think we've got the cart before the horse. I would support a resolution, I guess, if it was a consensus to the board, but seriously, I think it's almost an insult to say, hey, you did great service. If the implication is, we're done with you. The person's still working. I don't walk up to a guy with 20 years, 25 years, why the hell aren't you done yet? What are you still working for? You know, I did my 30 years with the state. Nobody walked up to me at 25 and said, why are you still working? Why don't you get out of here? You're an antique. Go. That's not how you treat an employee. You wait till they've made the decision to end their service, and then you recognize their achievements. To recognize it beforehand, to tell them that you no longer think they're valuable. That's just my opinion.
Comments?
I don't think that was the opinion of Sardi.
You know, I would just like to say again, communication is, I think, the biggest issue. But I forgot to say before, I want to thank our administrator for the grueling work. I mean, this has been a 5-year process to set up a finance. It's been difficult. It's had lots of hills, lots of valleys. We now have a new group. I thank Jen Zawicki for her help. I think it's kind of normal for people to help each other out in a transition. I am really sorry that things are viewed as a tax. This has been a difficult, long process. Boy, we're in the last mile. We're at the finish line. So thank you for your guidance and your hard work, and it's been difficult. So thank you. I forgot to say that.
Any other commissioner comments? All right. Now we'll move on to approval of financials. Money?
Yeah, I would move to approve the claims and accounts for $213,222.46.
Support discussion? Not all in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Who's the second on that?
Commissioner Wessel?
Thank you.
Carried 7-0. Commissioner Money?
I would move that we postpone it to our regular meeting next week.
Moved and supported, discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried 7-0. Just a reminder, we'll take a 15-minute break, but then we got our equalization meeting after that, special meeting after that, so. With that, we're adjourned for this one.